Alright, hello, hello, hello. How's it going there? Alistair, how's it going there? Alex08, how are you guys? Hello, hello, hello. Alright, so I'm going to be working on the mining machines in general today. I'll kind of catch you up and show you what worked on off screen a little bit here. So I definitely need to work on the Pat logo, as somebody thought it said pot, so it says Pat. I've got a. What is going on here? Somebody thought it said pot, so stand by. I've got, for some reason, something is double playing the audio. So let me fix that. There it is. Okay, this is what's playing the audio. Double. All right, good. Fix that. Great. Alrighty, alrighty. So I need to fix this a little bit. I need to fix that A just a touch. Because doesn't have enough. What the fuck am I doing here? I got to buck it up. There we go. Buck it up. There we go. So probably come in line with that. And meaning to kind of fix the A up for a little bit anyway, so we're kind of there. Might just cozy it right up here and see if there's no gap with the yellow, if that's problematic. I like the black outline, but yeah, that definitely needs to be definitely needs something there. Oh, come on, give me the right colors there, guy. Let's see if I can, I'm gonna sharpen this up a little bit. And then I think I'm gonna sharpen this as well, so. Let's go up here, up there. Let's sharpen this up. So we'll go 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. This A is kind of annoying, so. Problem is now that's too high. Let's bring this down. Go like that. Mimic this. Wow, that's wavy on this side. What the fuck? That's right here. Screwed it up. All right, and then I'm going to do a little bit of a treatment on here, so. That needs to go a little bit taller. Looks like it's got a big forehead on it. I think it's probably still too low. Shit. I'm off here. that meets the top of that too, so that's better, I think. Problem is a little bit off center with this side, so I'm gonna fix this. That's looking better. Trying to get a triangle to almost kind of emulate the triangle down here. Problem is the triangle is too wide here, so I should probably keep dropping this triangle too. The A is not tall enough. Trying to get that fixed. What happened to my music? This song always up. I accidentally. God damn it! I accidentally muted that up. All right, let me catch up in chat here. How's it going there, Arian? Good to see you. How's it going there, Cheesecake Slice, the latest YouTube member? Hello, hello. Yeah, there was an echo. I got rid of it. I was when I put the share, I'm trying to. There's an issue with YouTube where it doesn't want to. Put the correct thumbnail, so I usually bring up the actual video to try to see if I can get the thumbnail to come up, and that's what I was doing. I might move the T. I'm trying to think if I'm gonna move the T out. Yeah, let's do this. I'm trying not to do this, but I'm kind of gonna do it. So. Luckily, I can then move this and save this. I don't have to do it 28 times. Trying to make more space for the A. Okay. This is screwed up here too. Let's get it fixed. All right, and then I'm gonna sharpen up the pyramid too. Part of the triangle in there. Catch up chats more. Yeah, so I got rid of that echo, so it should be gone. Let me know if you still hear it. Okay, I see you guys again. How's it going there, Trippa? How are you, Trippa? Trippa, I know you had problems with the stream last time. Are you? Is it better now? Good to see the Trippa. How's the world of Steam? That Steam's broken. How's it going, Guard Halo? Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right there, Aaron. How are you? Good. Audio's better on Twitch? Okay. Yeah, for some reason, certain platforms are better for some people too. It's one of the reasons I wanted to do Restream, was it allows people to watch where they like, you know? So it's beneficial. Like, for example, dude, like I pay for YouTube Premium, and some people pay for whatever Twitch's Nitro or some other wrestler's name. And, you know, so it's also, and then, like, you can get a free Twitch subscription if you have Amazon Prime, you can use that. So it's, you know, it gives people, if they already have a Prime subscription, they don't have to, you know, they can subscribe to somebody if they like the audio better on Twitch. So it just lets people go where things work best for them. This is a little weird now that is... Oh, shit, my stick. Let's see. It was, just put out a new Tarkov video from last night. That was fun last night to play. And had a good one there where somebody killed Monk, and I avenged him and killed his buddy. So it came out fat. Very, very fat. Alright, so now the A should be able to be thicky. Alright, so we'll go... So I can thicken the A up a little bit here. Thicken A. Oh, you devil, you. And then this one here will go... Where did I put it there? I put it one off. Okay. Cat logos in Helvetica. I usually use Helvetica compressed when I do it. Alright. Little bit of wonkiness still with the A. I'm trying to figure let's and I need to probably come up an arch in there, so let's do that. That's better, but still not where I want it. Let's thicken the interior there. Okay. If you guys could give me a shout when we get an update. And then this here is no longer under the triangle, so that can be fattened. And how did I get this off-centered? I got this off-centered, so it's no longer off-centered. I might like it squared up. And I want the triangle in the, I want the diamond triangle, whatever Christ, pyramid, in the center to kind of emulate this one down here, so. Yeah, that's better, certainly. P looks a little fat, but let's pull a line here to defatten this P a little bit. Yeah, it looks more proportional there. And then I think we'll do this. Oh, not all that. Let's do that. Yeah. I'm thinking that looks quite a bit better there. And then I did this yesterday. The 7495. Cat's doing this red outline now too, so I put the red outline in. Did I finish this? I didn't finish crisping this up. Finish crisping this up. Make it crispy. Make it crispy. Thicky. Alright. I think that looks pretty good there. Let's grab this one and replace all the other ones where they must be replaced. Alright. So yeah, this A looks better. The other one was dozy. Some of the, it's hard to get some of the text to look right, you know? Alright, so let's take a look at this. I did some work on this off screen. So I changed a bunch of the boom, thicken up the boom. Bucket's gonna get some work, any work on that. Brackets, I'm making this more like the real one is, so it looks good with the bracketing on there. Much thicker boom arms on there. They're boxed now like they should be. Changed some of the undershape here. Started working on that. This needs to get some work in there for more detailing work. I like some of the asymmetry of it. Like this is a different angle than over here. That gives it some interest. So changed up the counterweight here. Probably I need to bring this yellow down here. So it's hard to get those chevrons in right. They're cross lines in the. I might just try the cross lines. It's cross lines on the real one, but you know, I had them too close. I had them 2 gaps. With 3 gaps now, I think the crosses might look alright. The chevrons aren't bad though. Paint's looking good. I've already got most of the detail paint, so there's different colors between the sides, the top, the shadow areas, and the underneath. Generally looking pretty good. Don't have the doors working yet. I'm gonna probably put on other doors, but I dropped the overall height by 1 block, so it was too tall, and this section was too bulbous. I also flattened these top areas out again. They're very flat on the real one. So I flattened those out, and I think they actually look a little bit better sharp than rounded. So this is the main room in here. That got dropped down a little bit. I redid the posting and dropped the height of the winch platform here, so those are the new posts for it. A little bit more substantiale. Let's see, what did I just walk into that railing there? All right. So, looking good so far here. Staircase, staircase, staircase. This door needs work. We have a wraparound. Okay, good. I can walk through here. It's tight, but I can walk through there. All right, good. So that's all nice. Nice. So that's pretty much what I worked on that. Let's see. I wanna look at the bucket. I just kind of put a bucket on for proof of concept, and now I'm kind of working on it. Let's see. Only 20 views on TikTok in that last video. Oh, no, there you go, 111. I was going to say, that's pretty bad for TikTok. All right, let's see. So let's look at the bucket pictures. I didn't click for a new tab, but you knew that I wanted one there, Google. Amazing. Probably reading my mind, which is dangerous. Let's see. Yeah, it's $74.95. It's also nice now that the $74.95 is on the side. I don't have to look it up. One of the actual coolest things, there's this, they make models. Like, this is the model. And the model is really good because it is very easy to zoom in. And then there's this YouTuber who he takes these models and he actually goes through them in his video. And so he goes through in really close detail, so I can easily zoom in on parts. But, like, I find the model is even sometimes easier to zoom in on here. But, so this is what actually drives the rotation. It has a big cog, and then it has rollers. And the rollers roll on the table, and then you have a big cog, and then you have a couple electric motors that spin the opposing cog and rotate it. I might change my cat logo up, and like this is the more modern cat logo with the red and that, but they've gone through many iterations. I kind of like mine. You know, what I'll probably do is I might yellow up the walkways and the staircases, and then do a black accent, or the dark accent. I'm not doing specifically black on there, but I don't have a door on this side. I may or may not add it. These are all air filters. Those need to go in. There's some different colors in the different models. You know, there's or the different iterations of it. Some of these have a yellow deck, some don't. Some have a really big top on them, some don't. Bucket work I want to do here. I was thinking of adding pulleys to the bucket, which I think would be kind of cool. I might do that. My teeth are way too big, and that was just a proof of concept, so I want to actually come in, and I think I might be able to stretch the bucket a little bit and get it so that it is has a little bit bigger capacity. Not that I need it to be huge, but a little bit bigger capacity would be kind of nice. Let's see. that? Okay, that was the site that failed. Let's see. So like, you know, that's a terrible picture. So like this model site's pretty good for looking at the actual, like zooming in the model. Even though this is low res, you can see some of the detail in the bucket. You know, like this is how the back counterweight is. You can see it's these crosses, and I can't get those in, unfortunately. See, my roof line is more like this one. This is the one I modeled off of. It's kind of got this more bulbous top, and then I've got yellow there where they're chromed out. So, you know, that's a more modern cat logo. I like mine. You know, I might put the bucket back on pivots. I have not decided yet. We'll see. Like that's a very basic one, but like I'm trying to look at some bucket details here. You see, like this one has this one even has railings on the roof. This one has a different deck color, so they're all different. This one has the cat over here. You know, so you figure these machines are so expensive that they're you can pretty much customize them however you want. You know. One of the reasons why this is silver is because you can actually put keys in here and actually articulate it so that you can put your model in different positions. I'm trying to get good bucket pictures here. So I want to work on the bucket. Let's see. Let's get rid of the model part and we'll see. Wonder when this update is coming. I would say today's announcement week. I liked Alistair's name and shame video for the comments, and part of that is like, you know, there was one person complaining like, it's obviously done. Why don't you just release it? And it's, you know, a big part of the community's been asking for, hey, can you guys test and make sure these updates are in a better state when they come out so that they don't break things? That's what this is like they're probably spending the last couple weeks. It seems like. They've received the message and they're taking steps to try to be better, you know. And then you get other people who just complain and like release it now. And it's like, you know, it's like Jesus Christ, like they can't win no matter what they do. And it's like that's why for the most part, you know, I hope they just are ignoring a lot of the stuff because it's like, you know, you go crazy trying to like please everybody. You know, you got to just be like, hey, you know, we're gonna do what we're gonna do, like it or not. All right, let's, yeah, I'm going to work in this bucket. So this is actually good. I'll rip the bucket apart a little bit. I'll save, and then, okay, good. I've got a back picture here. So we got forward and reverse. I will go ahead, and I'll rip the bucket apart a little bit so you guys can see how I did it, because I did that off screen. Oh, they got to be insane. Let's see, Cat 74.95 cost. You know, these are the things, too, is you order them custom. So they're not going to be, you know, you could have one that is 10% more than the other, probably, because, like, you're adding different functions and features. Like, for example, a lot of them will run with an umbilical. I think this one has the umbilical on. Oh, that's great. I should have just opened the picture. But, where the frig was it? You see if this... I can't. Jesus Christ, that's a tiny thumbnail here. Some of them run with an umbilical, so instead of running the generators, they will have a cable go out. Right here, you can see this is the management system for. There it is, right there, the cable. So you see this right here? This holds the electric cable, and so as this moves, it keeps it from getting run over. And so you could run an electric cable in, and then you don't have to. Oh shit! Sorry, guys, I'm not showing you. You can run an electrical cable in this red dong here, and it will prevent the machine from running over the cable. So they make some of these different companies that you don't actually have any generators in there. You just have an umbilical. There's no way to make your own power. So, you know, if you had a facility, like here's one with an umbilical on it right there. You know, so there's another one. If you had a facility that, you know, has umbilicals, you can order different stuff than a facility that doesn't. So let's see. I think one of them showed a Reddit thing that said 30 mil. So that wouldn't surprise me. You know, that says 30 million without assembly, because they have to bring all the parts out and then assemble it, and so you figure travel costs. So I don't know, say 60 mil, something like that. You know, it sounds like a lot, but then you consider what one airplane costs, you know. You could easily spend 150 million on an airplane. So, all right. So let's take a look here. Quickly look. Did we get an update yet? Yeah, I think it's probably going to be announcement week. So, but it is the week before the major update. So, good chance we get some more pictures and stuff like that, which will always be fun. And if we see any sort of reveals on functionality, we can always make some changes to the fishing boat too. All right, let's see, where was I at? Bucket. We're going to focus on the bucket. Bucket. So I'll show you how this bucket works. Let me save this real quick, and then I can tear it apart and show you what it does. Because that was all done off screen to make sure it was going to work. And then once I realized, yep, we're going to work. All right, so essentially in here you have hoppers. You have hoppers here, and you have drills. And I'm actually already going to move this. So you have hoppers and drills. And the drills here, this is a 9x9 XML block so that it covers that so you can't see it. The drills are here. As long as the drills get within a couple blocks of the, even could be up to like 5 blocks of the ore, they'll drill. And so this is another 9x9 XML block here. So there is, it's open under there so that the drills have easy access. We have 3 medium electric motors. Here's another XML 9x9 block. I'm kind of worried a little bit about, so I have some issues here I need to solve. So one, this XML block under here, theoretically, when I press the button to release this, it opens these up. So there could be spillage where these drop it and it falls out the bottom, which isn't the end of the day. It isn't the end of the world because you're not going to press the button to open this until you're ready to open it. So that's not really the end of the world. So one reason this empties so fast is as soon as I press the button, it dumps the funnels. The funnels will land on this door right here, and they kind of land and get trapped in this area, which I should probably fix some of it. So they kind of get trapped in this area, and they sit on the door. And then it takes 3 seconds when I press the button for the door to open. And so all of the ore is already sitting on the door, and then the door swings open, and it dumps the entire pile of ore in one go. So it makes it nice and quick. So that's how this works. So pretty much that's the internal workings of that, Johnny. And I think I'm going to do some edits on this. So we have the XML block right here. Let's find a bitch. Where are you at there, guy? Right here. Okay, right there is the XML block right there. Let's go in the interior of it. Just find a pinky. So it's right in the center of the 9x9, if I can find the bad Johnny. Right there. I just had it. Right. I just grabbed right there. Is next to it. That's one block off of it right there. So there are some issues with these funnels. Like, they need, they take up 2 spaces because you can't put something right in front of them. And so they take up too much space. What I could do is lose a funnel to get more capacity, which is what I'm going to do. I don't want insane capacity, but right now it could take 17 passes to fill that truck, and you end up doing nothing while you're sitting around. So let's go ahead and take this out for a second. And the center one here is where the XML block is, so we'll lose a funnel, which is fine. They're dumping almost instantly as it is. Let's cut this and slide back, and then I'm going to change the attach point. So those are going to get deleted. All right, good. So now that is there. Like, you get a little shimmer off these being pressed up against this, but it's we won't get a shimmer on this. We'd get a shimmer if I pushed it one more, but also that's not going to be an area you're going to look at, so I don't care about the shimmer too much there. This is now 3 blocks. We should be able to put a double set in there. So pretty much almost double the capacity. The other thing, too, is I was having a potential issue where the ore was dropping down and it was landing in this area, which there's nothing there, so it should fall right into the container anyway. But I want to double check, triple check, quadruple check, make sure we're not losing any ore. So I don't need that nor want that, frankly. Let's see. If I push that back 1, that should prevent that even more. Let's try this and see what I like, if I like this. All right, so there's the 9 by 9 XML block right there. All right. And let's just, we need to grab something to hook that to. Oh, you're gonna be annoying, aren't you? Where are you? Right, where are you, guy? Right there. All right, perfect. So that's where that connects. All right, so we're down a funnel, but I don't think that's critical at all. I think with 5 funnels, that's more than enough to dump this really quickly. All right, we'll move that like that. And so I'm doing this to try to make sure the funnels don't drop in between the drills and cause me problems here. So that should drop down here. This is also, there's nothing under here. So if you look, that's XML. So all the ore can fall through here. So if it gets stuck, it's really not going to get stuck for very long. It's going to fall right through. And what I might do here is put in some block like this, and I'll send these across if I can see what the hell I'm doing. Let's do that. And so those will allow the ore to come down, and it will give it more of a chance to slide out, I think. Actually, I might do even, of course it's 3s. Let's go 4s on that. Let's see what I'm doing here. All right, so they're gone now. Let's try 4s. I don't think the 4s will fit, but okay, the 4s won't fit. The 4s are gonna be too tall. So I can put in 2 bangers will be better, I think. And so that's just to help to corral and make sure we don't get any ore stuck. Not that I've been seeing much ore get stuck, but it's good to prepare for it. All right, and then I want to, these are the, let's actually not do that. Let's see. I'm gonna move them because they already have the logic hooked up. Let's go like this, and I don't like to see those showing on the doors. Can I get it in there? Giggity? No. Where you fit. Okay, that's gonna bang out. That's gonna stick at the bottom. I can't even see shit here. Why is that showing? I can't see anything here. All right, and let's grab this. Let's cut this and move it down. Grab this one, we'll cut this one and move it down. Alright, good. Alright, and then I want to put where the new attach points go. So where are you at now? You're right there, so right here. Alright, so right there. And I want to make sure this fits in there correctly. All right, so that's not going to work like that. All right, so that just became a problem. All right, so that's now too cozy. Let's see what I can do for a solution for that. I can probably attach it on the bottom. I'm going to bring up some bucket pictures again. Catch up chat in a second here. Oh, that's the wrong stuff there. Let's see. Bucket pics here. Bucket pics. So it's got a more rounded appearance too. I'm trying to see how I want to do. That's more looks like my door. You can see the doors look different on the different models too. Submodels too. And then let's see. All right, we're gonna find a place to attach that. Let me catch up with chat here. How's it going, Sergeant? Good to see you, Sergeant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you? All right, let's see. New attach system on this. So I move this forward to try to make sure that I don't drop any ore. I don't know if that's actually a concern, because if I slide those back, that makes it easier to be able to slide it back. I will then be able to put those hard points where I want them. I could also put a hard point in the middle. Let's do that, I think. Let's put a hard point in the middle. So what's there? Okay, the drills go all the way up the side. I did build it right to the specs of the drill. So, seeing I've deleted the center section here, could put the latch right there. Let's do that. Because the door is not that heavy anyway, so we can probably go with one latch. I could even double latch it, doesn't matter. And then that should go like this. Right there. And then I could put the hardpoint connectors there in the middle. Alright, beautiful. That will work. Alright. So we'll keep them duals. Just make sure. It just gives it extra security so that it's not going to bang around. It also has more attractive force, you know, because the hardpoints act like a magnet and kind of draw it in. So that's... So we'll take that, and then we'll put, now that we've deleted that funnel, so I want to keep it close. If I can keep it close like this, it prevents the funnels from jamming up. I don't know if they were, but, you know, it's kind of preventative measure. Not that I even need them. I'm going to get rid of those two blocks. You can't see them anyways. There's an XML block there. So, all right, so that is good. So double the capacity of this. That's big. That's big, big, big. I don't really want the bucket to get any bigger. It's already kind of a little bit large, probably. You know, it's tall. It's taller than it probably should be, but, you know, it kind of is what it is. Tis what it is. I'm going to probably slide the bucket back a little bit, looking at some of the photos from that. The teeth are definitely too big. Again, just kind of proof of concept in getting that stuff in there, so I want to fix and delete some of this stuff. But, alright. So, what? Thought I have extra. I deleted just the interiors. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Alright, so let's work on some of this redesign. Again, I try to go proof of concepting first, and then go in and make it pretty and make everything work correctly, you know? So, like, looking at the bucket here, look at some pictures. I'm going to try to get better pics again. This one's a vertical pic here. You can kind of see the shape. Let's see. Here's a good one here, showing it. And then I'm going to probably make it body color, because the arm is all that dark color, so that will kind of differentiate it a little bit. Step it off a little bit. Right, good. So, yeah, and then the other things is, I'm thinking, so, like, see the connection point here? It's got an angle on it. I took the angle out just to decrease subgrids. It's working all right. I might put it back in. We'll see. I'm probably just going to put it on swings, and then we'll have, I want to do some pivots on pivots. It's going to add a bunch of subgrids, but, like, we haven't had any issues with multiplayer with it. It really hasn't been a problem, so I'm not overly concerned with what's going to go on with that. You know, I think we've been pretty damn good in multiplayer, not having issues with too many subgrids and having it act a fool, so kind of think we're going to be all right. All right. So I might have the teeth come down a little bit. See, it's already sitting on the ground too, so I can't go down too much. But the teeth are pretty small in relation, so... And it doesn't have that big of a bite. So let's go ahead and that'll be the base plate. Let's go up to like so. Let's go. And then it goes, okay, so let's go there. Like that. So we'll make the teeth a little bit smaller here. Oh, come on. Behave yourself there, camera. All right, so that's much better, I think. And then the, you know, it's gonna get some flashing on it too. All right, so let's get that set up. It's very long, so I think we're gonna step this out one. Step it out two, maybe. Okay. Okay, good. Raise this up a little bit. I'll end up sitting on its bucket a little bit, but not the end of the world. I can even fix it so it doesn't. So the teeth stick down more than the base of the bucket. That shouldn't cause any problems with the that shouldn't cause problems with the drills or anything, so I'm not concerned about it. But give it some heft, give it some interest. Alright, and then what I want to do is, let's see. Actually do... Go down for once in your life. Drag the way I want you to. There we go. Alright, let's cut that out. Up pretty fast here. That. That's gonna give the bucket a little bit more length. It was looking very square. Some of them are very square too, so it's like. Let's get better shapes going on now. All right, so a little bit more length there to try to kind of overcome some of the how overly tall it is. Now we'll put some ribbon on there, give it some interest. And then real quick. So nothing falls out of the back here, so we don't have to worry about that. And then the teeth stick down quite a bit further than the base does. Alright, so I like that there. And then we'll put some detail work in here to try to get a little bit of interest in the sides. Let's see. Try to get a couple recesses in here. Probably like there, I'd say. It's got a kind of a big recess in here, and then it's got a small recess. So. So what's that? 4? Those are 4 bangers? All right, let's play with this for a second here. That's a 4 banger. That's a 3 banger. All right. Oh, stop that. Nobody pressed that. I did, but I meant to press that. Do what I want, not what I ask. Alright, that should be a little bit of detailing there. That's pretty good. Added a little bit of detail on the back of the door here. I want to get the back of the door has a lot of cool detailing on it. I feel like I'm going to try to emulate some of that shite. Let's see. Let's catch up on some chat. You can make your Peterbilt have a function hood. That's fine. You know, I don't think that's caused us any problems. You know, I don't think it has any problems. You know, if you're worried about it, put a hardpoint lock. You know, that's the only thing I can think about is if it's shimmying around. But I don't think it's. I don't think we've had any problems with that sort of stuff. You know, in multiplayer, you know, it really hasn't caused us any issues, so I wouldn't be worried about it, frankly. Let's put another one up here. I don't have space for it there, frankly. I could put it there, maybe. Let's see how this looks. Let's actually move. Yeah, see if I move that up, though. I'm digging it. It looks pretty good there. All right. Now it's hard to see with this color here. Let's. I don't want to dick with it. I don't want to do a color change just for visibility right now. Let's go. I think how much I want to really chunk this door up. Probably not all that much. Let's go. It's probably the last spot I can do it there. I'm missing. Nope, that's right. Right here. Okay. It's easy to see what's going on. Yeah, I like the new detailing on it. I think it looks pretty good. Rounded out top more. I like the new teeth. Looks beef. Yeah, I'm liking it. Like, let's here. I'm gonna put it up next to this picture here, and we can see together. So that's the El Bouquet. Oh, stop it, you devil. Let's go up there. That's kind of what we're looking at there. You know, so the shaping's generally pretty good. A little bit of detailing. Gives it some interest. I like it. All right, so that's good. All right, let's get on the paintbrush here. You know, the arm is all this darker color, so this will give it some good contrast. ton of noise. All right, let's go. Little highlights on any of the areas that would be on the top where the sun would hit. So, highlight areas like that. This is starting to get under the boom, so that will be darker. Teeth are going to be out in the sun. Front teeth will be out in the sun. That, all right. Side panel color for that, I would say. And then I'm probably gonna I'll put a little bit of wear on these teeth. Let's actually not do that right there. Side panel color, definitely not here. Let's give me that back. I gotta fix something here. These need teeth, or not teeth, but need to go like that. All right, good. All right, let's go to the next darker color here, which is going to be this. All right, so we'll do that color on all those areas that need it. Actually save some of that for the darkest color there in a second. Actually, yeah, let's go darkest on that. Under there. Step that up to that there. There. And there's good. Alright, then darkest color again for here. Then it'll be this color for that. Oh, shit. Alright, and then what do I want? There's this one here. I'll get this too. Alright, and then let's go you. Give it some depth, getting those darker colors in the shadow zones. So shadows, all the areas in shadow, go this dark color. That's all pretty much shadow there. Let's not go that color, let's go here. There's subtle changes on that. And then this is going to be under the boom. So anything under the boom, I'm kind of giving a little bit of a darker pattern just because it's going to be under the boom. It's not going to be seen, you know, by the sun. So probably actually give that real dark color in there because it's under the boom. So, you know, it's the difference between getting really good shadows and not, you know. And then these will go dark on those because it's under the boom as well. That's actually, undo that one. That one was fine. These are obscured by more stuff. That's going to be darkest color under here. Oh, come on, you devil. And then, all right, we'll go dark in the corner. Definitely. This will get all dark treatment there. That'll get dark in the corner. And then we'll go next lighter for the rest here. These are underneath, so those are going to go dark. And then this will go dark as well there. Dark under here. This here will get that color. All right, then we go the dark on the bottom. Let's see if I hit it. You scum, where are you? I'm probably calling a bunch of shit I don't want to. All right, and let's, I'll fix that in a second. Alright, and then this is getting all shadow color in here, dark shadows. Shadows there. Dark shadows here. And we'll go up a light on that. It's more in the sun. Alright, and then we'll go dark in there. How did I miss this one? And then definitely under here is going to get the darkest of the dark. Is there anything I want? Ooh. We might be... But like I said, I might, if I wanted to, get the capacity up even one more. But I think for now, we'll keep it where it is. It's going to be, what, 200-300 something per swing. So I don't want it like uber-duper, like super-duper huge capacity on there. It's not really... It kind of, again, it's for gamification reasons. It gives me that, you know, it gives me a reason to have, you know, we're going to have the next truck come in. I want to make sure the next truck that comes in is, you know, not waiting all day. Again, it's, you know, it's like I saw Alistair's building a cool bigger style Liber. You know, and when I was looking at the dump trucks that I want to build, I was thinking going larger, but the reason I didn't was that, you know, we're going to be, you know, if it's going to take 20 buckets, 25, 30 buckets to fill the truck, you know, the way a lot of these operations are going to work is they're going to essentially look at how many people do we have, all right, what do they cost to operate the people, how many vehicles do we need, and then they're gonna figure out, okay, well, you know, we don't want anyone sitting around, so they're then gonna plan accordingly with that. So, you know, if you have somebody and it takes 25 buckets to fill, you're paying that person to sit there, and then you have somebody else who shows up and they're also sitting there because the other person's being filled. So you got two people who are essentially on non-productive time, and then you end up, you know, then the next person gets in. If you have capacity that's half that size, you know, it, you know, if you talk about you have 50% of that capacity, you now, it's a little bit more reasonable because by the time the next person shows up, the first guy is done filling, and so there's very little downtime. You know, and then you have to consider the cost of the machinery. So, you know, if you can get a machine that's twice as big that costs just as much as the smaller one, yeah, get the big one. But because the waiting time is not as punishing. But in most cases, you're not going to want to wait all that long. Let's see. Yeah, so that's just why I chose this one. I chose kind of cat small. Also, I didn't want to have to XML the size of the tires, and these work out just about perfect the way they are. So. Eventually I'll find you, guy. There you are. Right. I just had you. There you are. Okay, good. Alright. So this is going to stay black on this one because that is where the... that's where, you know, that would be the dark crevasse that is in there. All right, and then we're going to go probably midline for the top here again because it is on the top where the sun can shine, but it's also shadowed by the buckets, so there's no point in going super bright on that. And I'm trying to decide, I'm going to keep a lot of the brackets, I think. The arm will stay this darker color. I'm trying to decide what I want to do with the brackets here. Brackets, I don't know, look a little bit overly large. Let's see, what are... it's because they're 3x3s is why. Is it 3x3s? No, I have no brackets on there. I have no swing on there. I might put a swing on there. Let's see. Let's put a swing on here and see what it does. If we have any problems in multiplayer too, I can always downgrade. Like, you know, Citra's worried about the hood, and, you know, I'm putting in, you know, this thing. Like, let's look at subgrids. It's not that bad, but there's a lot of subgrids on this. You know, so it's like stuff like that you're not going to worry about too much, I would say. All right, so the bucket is attached more to the front. So let's actually grab this and slide it rearward. You know, a lot of this is the mechanics of how it swings because, again, they're kind of free-floating. And so you need that bucket to align properly with the ground. So that's another thing we have to worry about. But I like the new look of the bucket. Bucket looks good. Starting to come along, you know. Right, so it's pretty much near the front is where the attach point is, right about there. I could go up one on the bucket, probably. No, let's go right there. Let's go right, I'd say there. Try, see how that works for me. All right. Oh, you're going to be annoying there, grabby. All right. Let's try small pivots. Small pivots give us problems. We'll go to large pivots. I just want that pretty much the top to be colored that needs to be colored as well. Okay. That. I'm gonna have the clearance for this. I should be able to here. Let's see. Let's delete you two. All right. Stop that. Hey, get out of there, Peaky. Trying to see where the attach point would be there. Probably right there, I'm trying. That's where that goes there, okay. I think the other pulleys would be better on this. I don't think they would be. Yeah, I think they would be, actually. All right. Let's get these ropes rerun for some of this. Let's get your jet in a second, guys. You run to there. Okay, where are you running there, sir, madam? Right there. Okay. need stators on there, so let's see, where would those go? Should be right there. All right. See, I want to just make sure the ropes don't look like they're clipping the whole time, so we gotta work on that. All right, so let's go like this. Let's go. It's gonna have to. If it's gonna have to winch more, the more you loop it through the winches, the more you need. So like we talked about winches a little bit when pulleys when they first came out. All right, let's give that a run. See how that operates. Did I drag that? Let me check these pivots on here. I want to make sure they drag to 0 power. I just wanted them to be bearings. Yeah, all right. All right, let's see how this operates. All right, there goes the arm. I really like the new bucket look. New bucket looks fit. It contrasts nicely against the monochromatic armature. All right, let's go out on the bucket. So the problem, again, we had before was adding too many pulleys. It starts doing this dancing shit. All right, let's start dropping some tension off of it. See, it takes time for it to catch up. Let's see. And so there's a bunch of slack introduced in the pulleys. So, and then it does this shit. Like that's asking for glitch bullshit. So, as much as that would be cool, it's not gonna work. Yeah, you see, that's just asking for lag and stuff. You can see I haven't touched anything in a while. Just acting the fool. All right, so that's just too much. See how it behaves like this. And then the position of where the pivots are on the bucket change the behavior of how the bucket reacts. You know, what I've done is by pushing those pivots forward, I've shifted the weight of the bucket rearward, and that's why when it was all the way up, it's favoring going backwards. So see, the two pivots are causing absolute disaster there. See, they're causing all sorts of shooting problems, so those are gonna have to go. Just doesn't have, you know, could mass it up, but it's likely still gonna have issues where it's not necessarily just the mass that's causing the problem, you know. Probably asking for trouble, and again, you know, especially we want to use this in multiplayer. Asking for trouble is not what we want to be doing. We want to have smooth ops, and so that's, you know, the more of that stuff. That's one reason why originally I wasn't gonna just free float it. Is, you know, it asks a lot of it. Actually, shit, did I not hook the? I didn't hook the pulleys back in, did I? I don't believe I did. I didn't hook the pulleys back in. That could be the issue right there. Shit. That's probably what the part of the issue too. Let me see. No, never mind. It's not reading them anymore, so that's not it. Okay, that's fine. So because the bucket swings now, so all the areas where it's swinging is causing the pulleys to go nuts. So by adding a bunch of that stuff, you know, it just puts more area in where the physics is going to have to do 9 million calculations. So what I might do is put power to the pivots and base the bucket on arm angle. And by basing the bucket on arm angle, what it will do is it will orient naturally, but it will also be not powered, but it will be it'll orient more naturally, but it will hold it in place, so it will have more resistance and like hopefully keep this bullshit to a minimum. So let's do that. So let's look at the arm rotation. So the arm is free floating here. And then what we'll do is we'll take the current rotation. Let me see. I got to see the direction. So the direction of these is... I can't see shit. Let's see. Where are you? Pivots. Good lordy, man. Where are you? They're in there pretty deep. So let's see. Come on, man. Where are you? It's a layer in. It's 2 layers in, I think. Right there. Okay, so it's 2 layers in, so I gotta find the frickin' thing so I can... It's right there. So let's see. I just had an eyeball on you. Okay, it is hollow forward. Alright, hollow forward. Alright, hollow forward. So it's hollow forward. So it'll be power this way. So as this goes forward, this needs to come back. So this is correct. Okay, that's correct. Let's go ahead and we'll go max power there, max power there. And let's see what kind of correction factor we're going to have to put in on this. So that will hold that and fight some of that, the bullshit that goes on there. So as this one goes positive, this one will go positive in the opposite direction. And then I need to put in a correction factor because I think it's ×4. Because you can set a 1 and then it will read a 0.25. I'm going to start to drop some, let's see, drop some cable length there. All right, I need to weight the back of that bucket, I would say, to get it to sit right, or I need to change the pivot point again. Add some weight in the back of this bucket. Let's see where I can weight this bitch up. Are you double walled on the top? You are not. All right. Have some space here, but I don't want shimmer, so I gotta keep that in mind. Any sort of... Again, you know, if the friggin' weight blocks didn't have that diamond, I could put them wherever I wanted, but they have that diamond, which is uber frustrating. I got some spots I can put these, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna grab off the door itself. I need to paint the door, so door needs some paint. So let's do that anyway, and then we'll try to get some weight in this door. I'll cut the whole unit. That's where's the door flappy? Okay, flappy's right there. All right. So I can't go past that. Let's cut that. Push this back. I gotta do paint anyway. And then these can go. Yeah, just the 2 centers, right? Yeah, okay. then where can I jam some weight in here? A little bit there. Let's measure. Niner. That'll work. All right. We're never going to see the interior of the door anyway. And then we got a couple cross braces here. Oh, I hate it when it does that. All right. Give me the battle cannon piece there, scum. Let's make sure I think this is the outside world. It is. Okay. What else do we got down there? Nothing down there. This is bad paint there. Fix that. All right. So that's a little bit of mass. I want this bucket to angle. Like, IRL, these don't grab from the ground either. These buckets are designed to grab from the wall. So, you know, should be grabbing just the wall nodes, but of course I'm not going to do that. We're playing, you know, grab whatever we can grab, you know. Doesn't have to be too perfect. It's still gonna drill fine. That's kind of... Gotta try not to be too precious with some of that stuff. All right. That's that mask that bucket up a little bit, so it should want to lean more to the rear now. What I might do is just give it a permanent angle too. See what it does with. I have infinite electricity on, I believe. I do. Might just give it a permanent angle or give it a limitation of where it can go. But so as that goes positive, that bucket should gently be tilting up with the pivots. Can't really tell. It's kind of imperceptible. I got some paint I got to do on top too. So that's behaving better. I'm going to start giving some slack to the top there. See, it would right now it would rather give a belly in the line than to pull it down, so that's still a mass issue. Let's see. Trying to think of how to get that mass in there. So I need it to want to come backward. So I could put mass towards the top to get it to rotate forward. I need to change the speed to the ropes, the cables. Actually, that's not too bad there. But I like the new bucket. New bucket looks boss. Let's open the hatch. I think I'm going to go a 2 second on the hatch open. I think 3 seconds is excessive. And then the hatch is all just gravity as well. So the up down on the linear tracks is definitely too slow. I'm going to double that up. So I think the ropes are fine. The linear track needs to be doubled there. So what I should do is set a maximum rope extension. That's something I should do here. Let's do that. Try to get those because they're slacking out too much. So I can keep them from slacking. Yeah, I can keep them from slacking. So let's get in there and let's read what the top is reading here. I think it should be this. Let's see. It should be the long side on here. Which one is it? For Christ's sake. Interiors. Okay. So that is 20.62. All right. So let's go ahead and get in there. And what we'll do is we'll go in here for the... Stop that, you devil. We'll go in here and... I should have just read the other one while I was there. That was laziness on my part. Let's do it. Stop. Spawn. Alright, let me catch up on chat. Sorry guys, it's been taking a little while. Alright, Darkside Tripper, good luck. That was a while ago. I don't know how I missed some of these chats. I try to catch up and I missed where I was. Alistair's truck holds 40.77. Mine holds, I think, 28. You know, 20. The big ones that we operate in the mine, the 45 footers are 21.50s, and so mine is 28 and change. You know, so let's do the new math. So we have was it 162 times 2, 324, 324. So 40.77 divided by 3. Shit, 40.77 divided by 324. So you're 12.58 buckets. That's not too bad. You know, it's one of the reasons I wanted to increase the size of the bucket on this was that, you know, again, to keep the trucks not waiting. And so the bucket is now doubled. Before it would take like 17 loads to fill my truck. Now yours is going to take 12.58, so 13 buckets. That's not too bad. You know, so I just throw 12 full buckets in yours. And then mine is 28 and change. What it was 15 times 7 times 27. Mine's 28.35 divided by 324. So that's 8.75. So mine's 8 buckets, yours is 12. That's reasonable. You know, it was getting too big. That's why I kind of wanted to add some capacity to this. By adding some capacity to this bucket, it makes it a lot more reasonable, I find. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this down at max at the lowest level. And so what I want to essentially do is I'm going to read the top pivot. And I'm going to put in some winch stop conditions. And the stop conditions are going to be this. Essentially, if we're going to find out what the maximum rope should be without having any essentially belly in the line. You know, there are a bunch of geometry things that we can do to get that bucket to go back more too. It's gonna dangle wherever the central pivot part is. I think that's fine. So what we want to do here is I want to read the bottom extension rate on this one. So we're gonna cross-reference them. So that is currently 18 and 22. 18 and 22. All right, 18 and 22. All right, 18 and 22. This is... Okay, so the 22 is this one and 18. So let's quickly grab... I'm just going to... I'll put it in here so it's easy to know. Better illustrate my point. I'll just put it in paint, and that way I have it too, so I know what I'm doing. All right, so if we look here real quick, let's see, we'll do 50. That's the same color, so it's not going to do shit. There we go. All right, so here is our oh, geez. Wiggly. All right, good lordy, man. Give me this. Give me that. Give me this. All right, so there's the main arm at 45 degrees. All right, we have the bucket goes down like that, like that. All right, so there's the bucket. All right, and so what we're essentially trying to do here is all right, so the cables are going to go up like this. Cable goes up and it loops through here, and then we have the looping down to there. And so I'm just going to do this so I can easily put in some numbers. That is 22, and this one's going to be 18. So that's about the max. And so what I'm going to do is put in conditions so the winch will stop if it exceeds that number. Well, actually, it will feed in. It will suck up some of the slack. So if it exceeds 22, it will pull. Pull the cable up. So essentially, I'll keep trying to push the cable down, and as soon as it exceeds, it will suck up the slack. And then over here, same thing. If it exceeds that, it will suck up the slack. All right. All right, let's go. That's going to be bucket, winch, arm, max, bucket, winch, arm, cable, bucket, winch, arm, pulley. That's going to be bucket, winch, stick, pulley. All right, there we go. Let's go in here. Let's grab these two Johns here. And where are my winches? There it is right there. All right, so that's the winching section there. Let's grab that. So first I'm going to put just a prohibition on that. We'll see how that works. So essentially the prohibition is going to be on... Yeah, let's see. Let's do less than. All right, so if the bucket arm pulley is less than, and then we're going to put the value in. Bucket arm pull. $22. All right, and so that's going to be there, and then we're going to grab this. That's going to be 18. I hate it that this is a pain in the ass to highlight that. Stick pulley. All right, and then that goes there like that. So then we're going to do is put some ands. All right, so two conditions here. One, so this is going to go cables up. Actually, we should only have to do this on downs, right? Yeah, so. Yeah, so it only matters to feed out more cable. So let's go ahead and we will go. So let's just do them all in order. Screw it. So let's see. X and what are we talking there? Z, YZ. All right, so that's going to prohibit the bucket cables from going down, from down anymore. So that we won't be able to feed out any more cable if they exceed their maximum lengths anyways. And then what we'll do is grab another Boolean. And I'm gonna put an auto feed in here. I don't know how this is gonna operate. We're gonna see. This may just be ugly, but we'll see. Okay. All right, so this one here is going to be the X or Y or Z. So that's going to automatically suck up some of that, keep some tension on those cables. We'll run that, see how she behaves. All right, and then we can run the numbers actually right off of this. So this will be, we'll just run one. Rope length 1 should be is the top one. That should be the arm. This should be the stick. All right. So that should be pulling in tension if we have a belly. So you see as it comes up, we should be developing a belly. Let's hear it, see if it's pulling up. Okay, it's not, so let's see why. It's producing a terrible belly, too. 22, yeah, so... Let me see if it's doing it. Alright, it looked like it did it. Nope, it most certainly friggin' did not. Alright, let's see. 2 interiors, right? 2 interiors. What do we got here? Those are reading false, despite those 2 being out of whack. Alright, let's see what the frig is up with my formula. Something's up with my formulas. If those 2 are plugged in, I should be reading them. Alright, let's see. Bucket winch stick pulley. Okay. Bucket arm, 22 meters up there. Oh, fucking hell. It's inevitably something I forget. Again, it's the game's fault. And I forgot to hook it up. See it pulling the slack up now? So it's keeping it slacked. See if it stops when it should be. I need to put some more slack in there. But, put a little more slack in there. So let's go 20, let's do like an extra 3, let's do 3 meters. 25, 21. Alright, so they stopped. Let's see if I can feed out. I gotta make sure I can feed out. Go through the fucking wall, you scumbag. I have this set up backwards, apparently. What the Christ is going on now? Brums. Let me catch up on chat real fast here. What's the issue with the 3x3, Alistair? Ah, Sergeant's both places. How's it going there, Stepanic19? How are you? Yep, I am as well. How's it going there, Fling14? What logic will be for the, currently I'm doing, cable logic to try to get the slack out. Trying to see, let's grab a couple dials here. Just be specific which part of logic you're talking about, and then that way I can answer the question. 'Cause I've been working on a bunch. I don't always know when the last time that chat was read. Alright, if these are backwards, they're going to be doing what it's doing now, so I want to read these, so... Let's read those real quick, see what they're doing. Okay, so that's correct. Alright, so it's still pulling them in. You see what they're doing here. Okay, so it's up true, and neither of them are in the right condition for an up. So something is up. Giggity. Let's fix that. So there's a logic issue. Okay, let me see. I have this backwards, I think. Okay, they're backwards here. That would be why. So if they're less than this, allow them to go down. Okay, if they're less than that, okay. Let me see. Okay, that's why. All right. That's why is I'm using less thans there, and so I need to invert it. So it was pulling them up beyond where they needed to be. So as soon as this hits the limiter, they should stop. Fuck. God damn it! I gotta sit down and go through this logic. Did we get an update yet? Let's see if we got an update. Nope, doesn't look like it. Especially if it's just announcement week. I don't know why the update's taking as long as it is. I don't know. Could just be, you know, working today on the update on the major and then put it out when they put it out too. So. Let's see how it behaves now. Let's go out, or in rather. I'm already pressing in. I gotta change the linear speed on the stick going in and out. I need to make sure it doesn't hit anything either at this angle. Gets close, but I want to make sure it doesn't jab anything. It's definitely gonna hit there. So I need to set minimum length here because I raised the bucket and I added the extra height to the top of the stick. So the stick doesn't need to be as long. So because I had to raise the bucket because I lowered the arm, and so I added the height to the stick. The stick needs to be reduced a little bit. So I'll cut off, I don't know, 6, 7 blocks off the stick. I need to go up, and I need to see when that's going to hit. So yeah, let's take off like 10 blocks off the top of the stick, I think. We don't need it, and it's we don't get anywhere close to that. Like, let's put it all the way down. Like, it helps us push out further, but like, I don't need ultra reach on this bad John. Looks like we have better slack management. Get a little bit of slack there. See if it try to see if it's coming back up or not. So, like, right here, it doesn't want to go down anymore because it is at its balance point. So, it's like, it's just going to build slack in. So, the whole point is I want it to give me opposite winch so that it will not do that. So, if we exceed the slack in any way, I don't want to be able to feed more slack into the system. So, that's essentially what I'm trying to do. But, see, like... How we slacked out here? We're at 21 and we're at 16. All right, let's play with these numbers and see what we can do here. All right, first, yeah, let's do this real quick. Let's go back to 22, 18. Let's check the logic. See, I gotta walk myself through it again. All right, so essentially, for going bucket down, I do not want to be able to add more slack to the system if we're already in excess of where we should be. So, so I need to have X. X is me saying, hey, give me slack. It will only give me slack if the if both of these numbers are less than their maximums. So if Y and Z are both less than their maximums, then it will let me feed out more cable. If any of them exceed their maximums, it will not let me feed out any more cable. All right, and then this is the tensioner system. So if they are not less than, which means they are greater than, right? So if it's not Y or I'm just going to add a. I always like to add extra parentheses just to make sure everything is good. So if X, oh, that's not going to work like that. Let's just do this. That should work. So if it's X, which means I want the cables to go up, or it's not, if these are not less than their values. Let's try, let me do this. Just trying to think of how the logic is going to work. I'm just going to further parenthesize it so that it guarantee it does exactly what I want. So if this is too long, or this is too long, or I press the button, it's going to bring the cables up. So it's gonna act like a tensioner on there and keep them from you know, being too loose. Giggity. Let's see. Great. Still no update, hey? General. Checking Discord too. Theoretically, I clicked on the link like 5 times. So what is this massage? Updates out on Steam? Okay. They've been doing this lately where they put it out one place and not the other. It's like, I'd like to see some consistency. Like, either put it out on your thing first or put it out on Steam first. All right, there it is. Just popped. All right, good. All right, let's go ahead and let's take a look at this update. I'm going to kill the music so I can record the video too. So we'll record the video for the update video. Got to make sure I pause the audio because I don't have multi-channel on a stream, and I can't... Actually, it's a record anyways. I should be able to pull multi-channel. But all right, they put my picture in. I knew this was bait. I knew they were gonna. I knew if I put a really good picture up, I get it. So, all right, let's go ahead and record here. And welcome back to Weekly Update for Wednesday, May 1st, 2024. So we're 1 week away from the commercial fishing major update, and the first screenshot is by. All right, let's find the screenshot. So, thank you, Alistair, for letting me know that it was out. All right, again, for those who may be new, if you don't know where the pictures come from right here, the vehicle showcase. It says vehicle showcase for creations made in stormworks. Images, message only. Images may be used in announcements. When you put your image in there, you are accepting that they may be used for announcements. That's the only credit you are going to get. That's the only thing you've been pre-told. I think this is it. Let me double check. That's it. Okay. Pio. All right. Dear Stormworkers, as previously announced, the next major update is the commercial fishing major update and is out on Wednesday, the 8th of May, which is next week at 5 p.m. UTC. As a quick reminder of what to expect, new fishing nets are built from 4 net rope lengths and use simple soft body cloth physics. Fish can be caught by these nets and released using a logic node. Nets can be expanded and contracted via logic on their anchors. New fish abundancy systems means that different species of fish are found in high abundance only in specific locations. That sounds great. And the next screenshot is by. Yep, that sounds really good. I'm glad they're doing this new fish and biomes thing. That is a great thing. I think that is the right thing to do. You know, we talked about it before, how many awesome you know, gameplay aspects to that. Like, for example, you know, if you just could go off any dock and drive around and fish, like we could with the rod, it gets to the point where, you know, there's no reason to go anywhere, and it gives you a reason to go far away from the dock. It gives you a reason to go to certain biomes. I think that's good, and this could bring some life back to the Arctic. Hopefully, I like the Arctic, but you know, when they screwed with the pricing of oil, took away a lot of the reason to go up to the Arctic. You know, BVG is still profitable for containers, but you know, that gives you a reason, an excuse to go up there. And then once you're up there, you can do some of the other stuff. There's Alistair's right there. Let's see, where is this? I'd like to find it. There's the other one from yesterday. Did they really pull something from 2 days ago? Wowza, wowza. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? That's not it. That's certainly not it. No. It's this one with the little tug next to it. Okay. They're easy to miss. I like to find them myself too because it gives me an excuse to go through the pictures and see where they all are, and it helps me remember who built the stuff. So that's always nice to kind of keep track of who's building what, and you know, people have their own little style and everything. So that's why I don't just like go read Phil's comment and see where they are and search for them, because I'd like to see through all the stuff myself, and that's why I do it this way. It's a neat galleon there. Wow, they pulled from late. They pulled from early. Another me. There is right there. Okay. Team Canada. Team Canada. Team Canada. All right, good. That one's there. Bingo. Fish value varies from one species to the next, with some much more valuable than others. Locate fish using the Fish Finder sonar component. Position and depth info is very useful for setting the depth of nets, etc. And the next screenshot is by. That one's easy to find. We'll search for that one. I put a better picture up too. I took out the microcontrollers and they used the worst picture. The less better of the two. Let's put it that way. So here is the one that they used with my microcontrollers in there, and then I put a better one in there. I edited out the microcontrollers. It was bugging me. Me, Captain Cockrells. It's good to get back in here. I haven't had one in a while, so I was kind of pushing this week to get one. Did I record that? I can never remember if I recorded or not. Me, Captain Cockrells. I think I did, but I can never remember if I pressed the button. We are planning one more fishing major update and are carefully listening to players for future updates. Catch us next week for the release. Much love, stormworks developers. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next weekly update next week. Actually, I'm going to do a better outro for that, too. I'll reread it. We are planning one more major... English language, me speak. We are planning one more fishing major update and are carefully listening to player for future updates. Catch us next week for the release. Much love, stormworks developers. See you next week for the release of the fishing major update. Be doing a live stream when that comes out. See you later. See you next week. Oh my God. You can see how the English language friggin' evades me. In there, it's like, oh my God. The editing process is abysmal at times when this does that. It's like, oh my God. I've been watching some of Alistair's new videos, and you can see how it seems simple. Like, oh, just record yourself doing something, but it takes some time to like not say every other word, and not lose your train of thought, and like trying to speak while you're doing complex logic is difficult. So it's kind of interesting. All right, there we go. So let's look through these real quick. We won't steal Alistair's job of shitting in comments yet. What is this? Lol, nobody plays this game. How about you just you add more DLCs? All right, let's go. SteamDB. We'll play with these people for a couple of minutes here. The inanity of the commentary. All right. So let's see, 24-hour peak, 2,000 people played in the last 24 hours. So the comment of nobody, that would be incorrect. So we'll go right on the shaming here. All right, so let's see how many. Do you share how many hours you have in the game? Because that's always nice to see too. You don't, do you? So again. Let's see. Make it so we can catch sharks. I don't know. Maybe there are. You never know. Time to make extinction list longer than... Oh, what? Does this game work yet? I don't know. I don't know. Does this look like a working game to you? It looks like it's working to me. So that's another inane comment there. Will industry mining, refining affect fish populations through pollution? I would say no. It's a cool idea, but I don't think that's going to happen. Here, we'll answer some of this inanity. We'll answer a couple of inane comments here. Law, yes, please. Here, let's you know what we'll do? We'll link SteamDB. $1,946. All right. There's a little evidence for it. Again, you know, these people they're doing Gish Gallop. They're doing, you know, they're arguing dishonestly. You know, they're just doing it to troll. So it's like, you know, don't feed the trolls. But it's also like, that's kind of the Reddit problem is you let shitheads just go and take over a place. You know, then it becomes their den, and it's better, in my opinion, to, you know, after Space DLC and the Pressure Major update, you had a lot of the people who enjoyed the game finally came out of hiding and voiced their opinion, because the negative people were way overrepresented, and they finally came out and were like, you know, and they offered their opinions, and I think that's important sometimes, or you get in a situation where, you know, you let that negative element take over and they think they're somehow the majority, and it becomes a toxic place, and it's better get the people out, you know, the other opposing view to come out and show that they're there. Sometimes you need that, you know. Yeah. Good. Excited for the update. There we go. It's interesting. You can add soft body cloth physics. Wah, wah. Yeah. You know, again, it's a balancing act. They finally added soft body physics. How many years has it been? 2-3 years since the weapons DLC? So again, 2 years later, they added a new mechanic. Could they come back and use that technology to do something else? Yes, but again, let's kind of like, people need to take some stock here. Let's do. I like going into some of the actual evidence of these things on these weekly updates, because you get such inane comments where a quick Google search could quickly show you what's going on here. So, like if we go to the poll again, the poll is where they are building the stuff from. So you got your weapons. they didn't give you every weapon that's ever existed in the world. They didn't give you as much of the stuff as you may want, but they gave you weapons. And they spent time on it, and they put it out. Now, if they spent the rest of their lives putting every weapon in the game, they would do it at the cost of every one of these other things people wanted. And so what they did was they put something out, and sometimes they'll update these things, but for the most part, they put this out, and it's pretty much done. You know, they might go back and add some things here and there, but it's unlikely until they finish this list. I do not think they're going to be going back and reworking these things and putting a ton of new effort in these when other things people voted for are not done yet. That would be my thought process. And so, for example, if we look right here, we have weapons. That's in the game. It's been in the game for quite a while now. And the next one was sales. They said they worked on sales, were not happy with the results, and they might come back. Now, we've got soft body cloth physics from the nets. I think they said that very specifically. You know, Deltar said in the Q&A that they might come back to sales. That needed to be done for sales. You needed soft body cloth physics. You need to have no collision, because if you have collisions, if the net collides with the boat and it gets stuck in the hull of the boat, you are going to have your boat flicking around and have physics problems, and the game is going to slow down into oblivion. You can't have that. So they're not going to go back and do weapons belts, I would say, until most of these other things are finished. Now, we're getting to the point where this poll is getting pretty close to being finished. Sales, I would say, is probably, you know, they said they're going to do one more fishing major update. If I were to guess, they were going to do that other fishing major update, and then they're probably going to come back and try to work on sales again. You know, that would not surprise me. Natural disasters in. That's in. Cooperative building, I don't even know if that's possible. Arctic ice breaking, I think they're not probably going to do it because, again, it's a bunch of floating collisions out there, is a physics nightmare. And I think that's pretty unlikely. Space is in. Steam engines are in. Compressed air's in. Fishing is, you know, we're going to get one more major update. That comes in the next 3 months. So what are we talking here? So we're talking August. You know, either July or August will be probably the next fishing major update. I would say after that, they're probably going to go back towards sales. You know, that would probably be what I would think they would do. So think October might be sales. That would be my guess, because I didn't think they were going to be able to get the cloth physics done. They did, and it seems pretty obvious to go back to sales. It was the third most popular thing. All right. So, you know, runway lights are in, decorative components. They could do a decorative pass, but again, look where it is on the list. It's all the way down here. And so I would say the logical one is you have this one at 1803, you have this one at 3000 to go back to sales. That would be what I would think they would do. They needed to get soft body physics in, or the nets, they've got, or the cloth physics, they got that in. You know, they might be able to get back and do sales. The question now becomes, how do you add a propulsion to the net? Or to the sail? That could be a limiting factor. So you could put a sail in the game, but you then need to see how is the sail going to actually power and propel the vehicle. So that could be a stalling point for them. That could take a lot of time and effort and work to figure out how to do it right, because you have to work. You want your sailboat to heel over to the side, but you don't want it to tip over and turtle or capsize. You don't want the wind to be so strong that when it pushes from the rear of your galleon, it tips you over forwards. You know, you don't want any of that shit. So that could be very, very complicated. So when people say, oh, you can add sails now because you put nets in, yeah, you could put the physical cloth sail in. They could probably do it in 3 weeks if they buckled down and did it. But the other mechanics might be more challenging. So we got to keep that in mind as well. Flare thermal cameras, I don't know what the dealio is with that. Stormworks are in. Component modding, I don't even know what that is. No weapons, again, contradiction, we just crossed that one out. Pathfinding API, walking around NPCs, again, we talked about how that could be a problem with, you got an NPC walking around, the NPC collides with something, and it gets stuck in something. Now game stutters, lags, and crashes, because you get two objects occupying one space. That's why a lot of games have a lot of problems with that. Kraken's in. No more features, only bug fixes. Again, that's contradictory to every other one of those, so that's crossed out. So again, when people act like this is some sort of like, you know, I keep saying the comment like, nobody wanted this. It takes you 2 seconds to go look at the poll to realize that, yes, people did not only in fact want this, but they voted for this. What is that even for a... This guy's definitely trolling, but exactly, they only add stuff nobody cares about. Again, we just went over the poll there. You know, you can see what nobody, you know, use yourself. I, Karl, do not care about anything that is not flexible belts. You know, he's just trolling at this point. You see his commentary is all trolling anyway, so it's best just to ignore him and, frankly, report him. It's against terms to just start arguments like that. That's a good one there. This is a good comment. I like this. I care about net fishing. Been looking forward to it ever since they added fishing poles. Stop hating on the flaws and just enjoy the game. No one is forcing you to play or be on this discussion. Exactly. What? I didn't think it was going to be cloth because it might lag, but good choice. Also, why not make a DLC for this or fishing plus passengers? Okay. I just, the sentence didn't make sense to me. Yeah, so this guy, frankly, that guy needs to be reported just for, he's just starting fights and trolling. And frankly, like, as somebody who moderates my Discord, you know, you need to, like, if somebody's causing a bunch of problems and they're just being a pain in the ass, it's best to get rid of them, because you're going to end up alienating 25 people to let that one person just be an asshole. And so it's better just get rid of them. You know, you have no right to be here. It's a privilege, and if you're making the community worse, frankly, you should be booted. It's, you know, go hang out on Reddit, you know. Yeah, we got a bunch of people going after that guy, which is good. Still waiting for sales and flexible ammo belts. Okay, we'll still wait. Flexible ammo belts, if when they finish the list, maybe they'll go back and tweak some stuff. Like, I would love them to go back and fix some Industrial Frontier stuff. But, again, I doubt they're going to go back and fix some of that stuff until, you know, some of the other stuff's done. I don't know what the stupidest people on Earth, but... Yeah, look at this. Citrus, we'll read that. I do, lol, dumb nut pig. Only the finest commentary there from Citrus. All right, good. We'll get off this topic, but, you know, looks good. You know, I'm glad they put my picture in. I appreciate that. Again, I don't need some special ass-kissing credit. Again, remember, when you post your picture to the official Discord, you're in public. Just as, like, if you're walking down the street, somebody can take a picture of you because you're in public. And you've posted on a public forum a picture. So all somebody has to do is take a screenshot of it, and now they can use it. That's why, for example, Getty Images puts the watermarks over their images, because anyone can print screen it and then use it. And so they put a watermark over so that if you don't want the watermark, you got to pay to not get the watermark. All right, so if you don't want your image used, put a watermark on it. Ding dong. And also, right up here, when you put your image in there, it says right there, images may be used in announcements. So you have already agreed to that when you've posted your picture here. If you don't like it, if you don't want your picture posted there, don't put it in there. Okay? Pretty simple stuff. Keep the picture to yourself if you don't ever want it posted. So I know most people don't have that issue, but just a little bit of a ranty-roo there. And so that looks good. I'm excited for commercial fishing. I'm glad they announced that the next one is also going to be fishing. That's going to keep people engaged and interested. I'm hoping it's pots. I think that makes sense, especially for a major update. I don't think they're going to do something like small, like trolling or rod holders. I think going more towards pots. And then we've already noticed that they can do nets. Nets are going to have, you know, they're going to be able to scoop them up. So we already know that they have an attractive force with the lure where the fish are attracted to a certain location. So I think pots are very doable. All right, let me quickly catch up. Two weeks ago, it came at... Yeah, it's... You know, the other thing, too, is it's like... I'm not... It doesn't annoy me, the commentary, as much that's, like, a week later. Because, like, somebody finally got around to reading the update, and they're a jerk, and they did it. But you can see, these people are seething And they get joy out of being negative shitheads, essentially, and trolling. And so they're sitting there waiting for the update to come out. I'm sitting here waiting for the update to come out because I like to hear the information of the game. You know, that's why I want to have the information. They're sitting there going right to the comments section just to shit on everybody, you know, in the game. You like the pilot voice? Yeah. My favorite thing to do as a pilot was when, you know, I don't know if you can turn on your phones now when you're taxiing out anymore, but we used to have to make everybody shut their phones off, and so we could actually hear somebody's phone on the radio. You didn't hear what they were saying, but you heard interference. It was like sound like that on the radio, and so we would. My favorite thing to do would be I'd turn all the passengers against the person who was misbehaving. So I would take the mic and I would lean out of my seat and you always put your hat on because it makes you look like a cop. And so you put your hat on and you lean out into the aisle and you go, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to depart up here. You know, we're all ready. But we have a passenger in 36B who's refusing to shut off their phone. So unfortunately, we cannot leave until that passenger shuts off their phone. We'd really like them just to do this. We're all set to go. We know you guys are ready to go. But again, we can't legally leave until that person shuts their phone off. So hopefully they shut it off soon. And if they don't, we'll just have the police come down and take them off. And then we'll be all set to go. And you've seen everybody on the plane looks at 36B. And you've never seen a phone get shut off so fast. It's hilarious. And so that was my favorite thing to do. Oh, yeah, the outro is always... Dude, I won't share the bloopers. If I have good bloopers, I'll put them out, but it's mostly me just getting pissed at myself. The bloopers on Kilo, trying to do the outro I did like 25 times. Oh, my God. I just couldn't, like... Tongue-tied, couldn't get the sentences out, and I was like, oh, my God. Yeah, like Alistair talking about how hard it is to do, ums and uhs, yeah. My thing I do now is all right. I used to do ums and ahs all the time. I do all right. And so all right, let's go look at the next build. So let's look at the next build. So I do that way too much, so I end up cutting those a bunch. Yeah, Alistair's gonna have some good videos. I was thinking about doing it at one point, but it's like, I don't want, I'm glad somebody else is doing it, but, as much as it's like, people are just like, ignore that person, or whatever, part of the thing, too, is it's like, bad behavior continues when it's allowed as well, and if you kind of shut it down, and you show that it's not welcome, then people realize, it's futile to go there, and you can share you're entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to control people's reaction to your opinion. And so, like, people will think if you disagree with them, you somehow have taken away their freedom of speech. And one, you don't have freedom of speech on a private forum, but two, you don't get to control somebody's reaction to your behavior, You act like a jackass. People can say you act like a jackass, and people will say, "Oh, that person's a white knight." They say they agree with everything the devs say, and so they're entitled to say that as well, Yeah, they pretty much. I think everything's shielded now. You don't have to shut your phones off anymore. All right, so let's see. Where am I at here? So we did this logic. Let's check it. I can't remember if it was working when I got done, but that I showed you what the logic's doing there. So let's go ahead and let's check the Slack out. All right, so you can see it's already pulling the Slack up pretty well. We can hear it going, and now it's stopped. So as soon as we get up there, it stopped. All right. So let's see, and then I probably just need to work the Slack values on there. I didn't cut the top of the stick off yet. All right, let's go down. All right, so there we go. And it's pulling itself, so it's essentially not letting me continue to feed more line if it has too much Slack. So if it has too much Slack, it's not allowing me to feed it more cable to make it worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And that's the reason I added that system. So now, as you see, as I go down with the stick, it's pushing the bucket out more, which is making one of the sides longer. It's the side from the cable housing. I can't really put my cursor, but the cable pulley on top of the machine out to where it attached the bucket. So by you see there, it's you can see how it's, and so that's lifting the bucket up. And then if I want bucket down, I actually want to go up, and I want to go less, more winch down. So that's perfect. You see, that's good slack control. So there's some slack there, but I've let go of the controls, and it should be pulling. You can see it now. See it pulling up the slack? Let me listen to it. Oh, Jesus, I'm way over here now. All right. I like the new color scheme, though. That darker yellow is good. What are we at here? Okay, it's okay. It's 21. It looks too slacky, but we're actually at 21, which I have it set pretty close there. So, all right. So the issue becomes I want to. Okay, there we go. So I can still force the bucket back. We're all right. All right. So we're gonna be able to drill now. This machine is frankly not designed to be scraping from the ground. That's fine. We can turn on the drills. And we can still grab as though we're trying to scrape from the ground. This machine would not naturally be doing that. It's not its job. It would be grabbing from the walls. But we don't have that many wall nodes, so we're going to use this for this as well. And then we're going to go up and scoop. The drills will shut off. I think this winch speed is perfectly fast enough. The up-down is too slow. I'm going to double that, and we need to cut off, I would say, let's say, like, I don't know, let's see if, I'm going to go a little conservative on that. Let's go, like, 6 blocks off the top. Okay. Let's take 6 blocks off the top, because what I did was I moved the bucket up, and then I threw that on top. Because the arm used to be higher, and I dropped the arm height. So that's like that now. All right, so I took 6 off. Let's see that. And then let's go to the linear tracks, and let's increase the speed. Let's re-clean this up. There we go. All right. Where are we at linear speed? Linear speed. Linear track right here. So it goes up to 0.25. Let's double that to half. And what I might do here is this. Let's go. No, I wanted to. Okay, let's do this. Let's actually make it. So it will have a little bit of a ramp up time. It won't be long. It'll be like me holding it for maybe a second at most for that to ramp up. Where is the? I want the dumper here. Where are we at here? Funnels hatch. So currently, I have to hold it for 3 seconds to dump. That's too much. 1.5. All right, so it's going to pull the bucket up. That's fine. That's just when it loads in. You see how it has the bucket up right against the arm? That's just when it loads in, and that's because the bucket unnaturally is too close to the arm, and it's doing that so that I can spawn the build in without it touching the ground. Not a big deal. All right, so this is now, let's go down. Okay, so that has a little bit of ramp up time, barely any bit of ramp up time, but it's faster now. And so I shorten this out, so this should go, you see it's perfectly long enough. You see how far out that goes? That's damn far out there. So that is plenty, so I can reach this entire circle. I have to work on this rotation system a lot. This rotation system is annoying the shit out of me right now. So I got to work on that rotation system here. I'm going to put more gap between, I think. I looked at the real one, and it's got more gap in between anyway. I don't know. I kind of like having the real minimal gap on it, but I don't want the machine to be too tall. We'll see how often I get stuck. It's pretty rare, but it's annoying. So that's about the reach. So you see, I have more than enough reach. Like, you see the circle of that? That's damn far, man. That's a long reach on that, I'll measure that reach, but that's a lot of reach. So I can get to a lot of nodes. You know, and so there's the... All right, let's test the dump on this. All right, good. So 1.5 seconds is pretty good. So now we're going to go up and down at the same time. So essentially what I want is I want to be able to go up fast enough that I don't scrape the bucket on the ground when I try to go down. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. All right, the hatch is going to hopefully slam shut. There we go. This then goes down. Again, this would be designed for scraping the walls. It's not for actually doing the floor, but we're going to use it for that. So, you know, there we go. And so now that feed speed is much better on the linear track. We can just exceed the cables a little bit. So nice. And then, so depending on where the truck is, so let's say the truck's a little closer to us, we just bring it in like this. And we can get it in pretty far. It's pretty close. So we have a good range of how far or how near it is. And there we go. So like that's about as close as I can dump. Let's dump the bucket. Yeah, 1.5 is much more convenient. All right, good. Let's make sure that arm's not hitting anything at max in. Ooh, it's close. So that actually that prevents it from hitting right there. So that's about right, I'd say. That's pretty good right there. And we're not going to pull that in that far anyway. All right, good. And then we would go down again, and the hatch is going to automatically grab when it gets close. So we let it get swinging. You know, again, this is designed, the angles on this are designed for scraping the wall. So if you notice, you'd be up against the wall here. All right, it's not designed for grabbing the ground. That's why it's angled up. And then you would go ahead and as you go up the wall, you push it out and you scrape, 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 scrape. All right, you pick it up, you go against the wall like that, you scoop. All right, let's say the truck is close to us, so we go up and we rotate. See, we just hit there, so I gotta fix this. Ugh, it's annoying. Like, I gotta figure out what I can do to fix that. It's hitting something. You know what I'll do? I'll XML all the connection points right around it. That way I don't have to, it has nothing to hit. All right, and then you would dump. Pressing the wrong buttons. All right, good. All right, and then we would go back. So this again would be dragging off the wall, so you would go up and down. So that would pull in the stick, and it would lower the stick. And then as soon as that door gets swinging hard enough, it's going to latch shut. You would grab on the wall. You go up and out, up and, you know, I've got it down, but... All right, you'd scoop the wall, rotate. Okay, let's say that, again, the truck is close to us, so we want to pull the bucket in. All right, and dump. All right, good. So that's working pretty well. So let's do this. Let's fix this. That's been driving me shithouse is the, is it getting caught on rotation. So it's hitting, it's clipping a block. Where is the most recent one? Okay, I've been saving it just that one for a while. I want to switch over to the other copy. All right, so let's go ahead and here. I think it is hitting. I can't check F2 in here. So I think what's happening is it is rubbing on this. This is the bottom part of the turret ring. I think it's rubbing on this. So let's see. So this fortunately is an area where we are. This is fortunately an area that we do not regularly go down in here and see. So I'm gonna cut around it here. Fortunately, my fuel tank's there. I'm gonna screw with the fuel tank here. Let's not do that. Let's not be hasty. Let's do this. We have more than enough fuel, so I also want to have to fill this up periodically too. So, all right, let's take that and let's go. Still need to go one to the right. There we go. All right, that's our fuel tank. All right, so I moved that. Let's cut all around this, and let's see if I have any collision issues with this now. The other thing, too, could be the center of gravity. If the center of gravity's off, it's going to put pressure on one side. So CG being a little bit off could be pushing down on the on that edge. So want to might want to drag that CG back a little bit. So let's test it with that all cut out, because I can put a facade around there and not have that be a problem. You know, I can XML blocks in there to minimize what's going to hit. Like if I put an XML block here and go across, and put one here and go across, there and there, there'll be actually physically nothing with a collision there. Because I think that's likely what's happening, is it's rocking up and down, and then it's hitting blocks. Let's do spin tests here. All right, looks good so far. It's random when it hangs, so it's kind of tough to tell. So we're gonna go the other direction, trying to get it rocking and rolling. Okay, we just hit there. Let's do F2. So see these two big blocks? This that blue one on that side and this red one on that side? That's interesting to me that those are coming all the way up. See how they're coming up and they're touching that? They're not part of the turret ring, so I'm curious what that's about. I could get rid of the friggin' turret ring and change it out for the just velocity pivots too. Or up velocity pivot. But this, I like to have two of them because it adds some stability. And they're both working as bearings, so let's see. Alright, so I want to see why this is touching right here. So this right here is touching. That's making, so like right here, this extends all the way up to make one physics block. Let's do that. And then if we spawn it, let's go look at it and see if that... So now, see I've cut that block, so it doesn't extend all the way to the top anymore, touching it. So let's see if that fixes it or improves it. It's like, I don't mind if it happens every once in a while. I just don't want it to happen every turn. And I'm like, bang, bang, bang. And especially, I would like to, you know, in multiplayer set, they're fucking already hitting. It's when it goes left, too. It doesn't like going left. Now let's look at it and see if what it's hitting. So it doesn't like going left. You notice that purple block? That one's sticking up higher. So I gotta see what that is. Yeah, it looks like, see, it looked like it hit that purple block. So I gotta see what the purple block, you can see it's sitting up higher than the other ones. So let's see what that is doing. That's looking like that was hitting that. Okay, so see how it's angling to the left? That makes sense, right? The momentum is causing that left side. It's trailing the lead. See how we hit that purple block? We go up and over it. Watch when we come around again. That's what's hitting. It's hitting that on the purple block. See it hitting it? There we go. We just hit the purple block. See? We caught the edge of that purple block. Nice. So that's how you can use the F2 menu to kind of find some of these problems. All right. So purple block is this front right here. That is part of the turret ring, but it's because it's merging up with this under here, I think. So let's see. Let's check it. I think the purple was the front. Let's check it. I don't know why that was making the purple come up. All right, I still have the purple block. So is that built in innately to the turret ring? See how it... That's weird, man. That's interesting. Okay. Let's grab just a turret ring. That's interesting to me. I'm wondering what I could do to get that. Alright, let's try something. Not the end of the world, but it is a pain in the ass a little bit, so I want to kind of get this figured out. Let's try something. Let's take the turret ring. Let's cut it. I need to get this friggin' turret ring out of this fuel tank, too. Being obnoxious that I have it in there. I don't need, like, I can screw with my fuel some more, too. I don't need it right there. It'll just be a pain in the ass the whole time, either. Yeah, the turret ring needs to be in the center. The fuel tank can be friggin' wherever, frankly. That's not what I want to do. Yes, it is. Okay. And they tend to have, I forget what they're called. They're these big roller areas, so maybe I'll put the roller area in to cover this anyway. So, I think probably one block we're clear. I'm kind of worried about this back here. Let's click that out and see what happens. All right, let's run that, see if that's got clearance. Oh, what did I just do? Okay, we're good. I didn't do anything. All right. All right, let's go look at those shapes. I think we're probably in better... Okay, we look... Let me see. Trying to see if we're clear there. See, like, we have that purple block there, which is, like, it's still riding on top of this. It's like it's innately part of the turret ring, these two talls. But let's give it a run, see how it operates. I've got the brakes on the tracks. All right, we hung up already. What are we hung up on? It's got to be that, it's got to be part of the turret ring that's just doing it. That's what I'm thinking, is it's just part of the turret ring. Yeah, I think it's part of the turret ring. I think it's the way that purple block is, that's the bottom base of the turret ring. And it's slipping on the other section, and it has sharp corners, so it's looks like it's contiguous, but it has sharp collisions, and eventually, you know, as it rocks, it's going to hit one of those sharp collisions. So I think I'm going to build a custom ring. and get rid of that turret ring. All right, so let's see what my... Jesus Christ, get in there, dude. Wow, where am I? Okay. Getting disgusted there by zooming around. So let's get rid of this. And we'll build a custom one in here. Oh, stop. What are you deleting? Random shit again? Thank you. Alright, we're going to build a custom on this. So this will go... Wow, come on, dude. Get where I can see. Very frustrating. Okay, there we go. There. Trying to think how to do this multi so that it's not... Problem is it's going down to 1 point. That's why I like using the turret ring, is it's just for a little bit of strength. But let's try this and see what this does, and then... That's it's holding it. Again, this is high physics. You got to put it on high physics. Like a lot of people will, you know, you put something like this in the workshop and they're like, it doesn't work, and it's part of it is because it's not on high physics. Okay, let me show you. Why are these at different rates? That could be part of my issue here. That could be part of my issue here too. What the hell is this set at? Max power, gear ratio 1.4. Let's open the other one here. See, I don't even know if it's a big enough problem that I'm worried about it this much, because I don't want to break fundamental things for no good reason here. Is this powered? I might stop the power on the velocity pivot. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, what do you set on gear ratio wise? Why is this? See, this one is so much faster than the other one. I don't know what the dealio is. Let's run you at no power. Now let's run it as a bearing and see what happens. Because having an extra bearing could be helpful. You know, in real life, what they do is they have the big cog. Let me see if I can draw one up real quick. How they do it, how they do the real ones. As far as I know, this is what I've learned looking at them, but again, somebody who's an expert may know more. Let's see. All right, let's, so you essentially you have a, the right colors here, we in business. So you have a gear in the middle, and so it has teeth all around it. And then what you'll have is you'll have smaller gears on the periphery like this. And that's actually what physically turns it, is as these gear motors turn, their teeth grab the teeth of this and spin it. Now, it is then on a roller bearing, so it is actually wheels. And so the wheels, let's actually cut out the middle here. So, oh my God, what am I even doing here? All right, so then you have rollers. So the rollers are essentially these wheels, right? And so you have these oh God, give me black paint, please. Okay, then you have these wheels, and the wheels roll on the surface here like this. And so essentially it's riding on these wheels. And so because it's riding on those wheels, it has many points of contact. And, you know, as the weight shifts, it's pushing down on the wheels on that side, but it's very small, so it keeps it very stable. And these are how these systems work. So it's, you know, you have wheels going all around like this. And so they run on the surface like that. And so it can't rock because it has all these wheels. So I could even add a wheel system on there to try to keep it behaving itself, but we'll see. Could be interesting to add that. Because what it's doing is it's rocking, and you have one part of the turret ring, the upper section, is hitting the bottom section, and that's causing issues. So let's see. Let's try something here. This could be kind of fun to do. Can't build in there at all, huh? Let's see. Let's try something. This could be kind of fun. I want to go this way. All right, let's try. The problem is our wheels are so freaking big in game. Even like the smallest wheels are insanely large. So what I was going to do is kind of how it does that its wheel system. Yeah, you can't paste them up against. That's too low. And then you end up needing a suspension wheel because you need it to actually touch. Could put a suspension wheel on there. You know, I'm happy to add like this set of crap if it is interesting, you know? All right, so see, I'm gonna probably need suspension wheels to push it up against the top, but kind of proof of concept in this. Why is this moving so friggin' fast now? What is going on with this friggin' thing? Why are you moving so fast now? All right, the wheel's not moving at all. I gotta see what's up with my pivots here. Love when I start to move, the camera just flicks. It's beautiful. All right, my God, stop the camera flick. Can't take it. Let's see, what's that? That is left, right. Left, right is also doing this. Let's make sure these are facing the right direction. Camera. Every time I grab the camera, it does this. It's so friggin' annoying. I literally haven't changed anything. That's the thing. So I wonder if something was actually encumbering this, because now I've changed something, and now it's moving super fast. Turret ring has no power. Okay, I went to this speed. That's why. Let's go like this. Yeah, because I don't want to cause damage where we get a big explosion. So I'm trying to get rid of the collision. All right, so it was so fast because I changed it from running on the bottom turret ring to the top pivot. And the top one was running much faster. So they're just jammed up. So it's hitting one of the elements there. All right, we're hard stuck there for a second as it tries to unwind. You know, it's asking a lot for something this big to be turned at such a small area too. So it's like, once it gets rocking and rolling, that's when it's going to want to hit. So you see how it's rocking up top? So it didn't hit on that one, but... All right, there we go. We got it jammed up. I'm going to stop. You notice it's definitely when we hit one of the corner pieces. Like right there's a corner. There's a corner. The problem is that's not easy to solve because it's the actual turret ring that's hitting shit, so... Yeah, the idea with the wheel could still work, where essentially what's happening is the base of it, this is rocking up. Like when it starts rocking and rolling, right, this part is going up, this part's going down, it's causing those to collide. So if I can get, like, if I can simulate the roller system that essentially something is putting pressure on it to keep them from going up and down. Trying to see what's going on here. Don't do that, man. Come on, give me the give me the clicker. All right, so the thought with the wheels is essentially what the roller bearing does is those all run on it, and so it can't tilt anymore because it pushes down on the wheel pushes back up on it, and it prevents it from rocking. It's essentially prevents rocking is why they have the real roller bearings in there anyway. So the wheel's not turning, and it's already fucking jammed up. And it's doing phantom forces because, like, when I remove the brake, so that's not doing shit to roll. You know, if I get the weight and balance a little bit better, it will help, but... Yeah, it makes sense. If we look at the part, you can see the part's all these jagged corners, where IRL, of course, it's much... You know, much smoother. There's not going to be jagged corners. It's just kind of a game thing that, you know, there's no point in complaining about because it's going to be what it's going to be. Now, I think I was successful in getting some of these parts to be less sharp. So let's try. I can't get all of them, but let's try it again. Let's get rid of this wheel. That's not going to work anyway. An interesting idea, but, you know, that was more like that's what they do IRL essentially is they have those roller bearings in there, and that's what prevents this from happening IRL, because the same thing would happen IRL if you didn't have it. You know, part of this having a center shaft here is trying to also help it from rock and roll. You know, I don't know if I move that down, if that's going to add additional stiffness or not. But, like, that's unpowered right now. I should power it. I gotta change the rate on it, though, too. Alright, so what I want to do here is where this is 1 unit. Let's pull that. Let's pull under here. All right, let's look at this in the F2 menu and see if we have... So notice we had a big red collision right here. That is now chopped and gone. We had a big blue collision on this side. That's chopped and gone. That, I think, does improve our chances. This, I can't get rid of this purple one. That one is kind of built in. You see it's taller than the rest. So I think... we did all right getting rid of it. I'm trying to see, is there any way I can get rid of this purple collision here? See that purple collision right here? That is, see how tall it is? That's catching on that edge. You can even see it do it. These are lower, so they have lower collisions, less chance of hitting. So I wonder if there's any way I can get rid of that. But let's go ahead and run it, see if it's better now. So I think last time I did this, it was better. I'm going to cut this door out in 2 seconds here is what I'm really going to do. Is sick of having a clip through this door. All right, let's try it and see what it does. So if you can see it rock up and down, so watch for that purple collision if we hit that purple collision. That's what I'm looking for, is hitting that purple collision. So it's definitely much better. You can see we're already not sticking as much. Because that's where the collisions actually are. The collisions are where these blocks are. And so if I XML in blocks, I'm cutting the collisions up too, so there, it bumped on the purple. You can see it's hitting the purple. That's what it likes to hit. So, and it's hitting where that blue is, so I wonder if I cut that blue back, if I'll further. So you can see it's starting to rock and roll now. Let's see if it hits the purple on this trip by. But that's pretty good. So we've cut out 2 of the side collisions. I think this is pretty good. Probably about as good as we're going to get. And it's not bad. I hit it every once in a while. I think we're going to just live with it. But this definitely is an improvement. There we go. We bumped it right there. This is definitely an improvement. But yeah, coming in here and doing this, I think, is helpful. There we go. We bumped. See, it's always that purple. We hit the purple right there. All right. So that's not too bad. All right, so I'm happy with that. I'm content with that. Let's go in here and try to fix it up so that it looks good. So what do we have there? A 7? I doubt I have a 7. A 9. That's a 9 by 9. 5 by 3. The 3 banger. That's a 9. There's a 7 right here. I do have a 7. All right. You know, this is one of my favorite things to use XML for is, you know, you get something like this, you can just make things work that should work, that don't. And it's it allows you to, you know, have builds that look right, that function the way they would IRL. And I find it's a good tool to cut frustration, you know. You know, essentially what I'm doing is I'm splitting up the blocks so they have smaller collisions, and that is, you know, fixing the problem. So now there's only one collision on an XML block where the block is. So did I cut some of this interior stuff? I did not. Okay, so I didn't cut any of the interior stuff, so just that. So like you'll see when I put this back in where the collisions actually are. So like right here, can't grab anything, can't grab anything, right there. All right. Can't grab, right there. All right, and now let's look at it when we spawn it, and the collisions should look different now. Because, all right, so see it's this blue block right up there. All right, it is connecting here, which is not necessarily what I want. I can further subdivide that. See how it's going all the way up? This one is not. This one... Why are you showing no collision at all there? I don't know. Get out of there. So see this one has one collision right there, that pinky block right there. It's got one collision on it. This one is joining up with something to make more collisions. This one here, you notice that one is the other side of it. That's joining up. So I think what was hitting anyways is it's the corner hitting anyways. So it's the corner of the block hitting. So as it rotates, it hits that corner block. And so I don't think the centers are going to be a problem. Let's run it and see, make sure the centers aren't going to be a problem. But I think the corner blocks are what we have problems with. So let's give it a run. All right, when I didn't cut those blocks out when I first respawned it, it hit immediately. So we're already turning much better now. So the only real issue is that one part of the turret ring. You see that fat part of the turret ring right there? That fat part is, I think, the only part that's still hitting. I can't do anything about it. See this blue one popped up? That big blue one there? I think it's the way that the turret ring is merging with the other blocks is causing it to make a big block. But I think we're pretty good here. I haven't had a, the hang-ups are very infrequently. They're more bumps than an actual, like, stop. Every once in a while, I'll do a hard stop. And that's when you're going to have, breakage. The likelihood of you having something break is when you have a fast-moving object that has a lot of momentum. What happened here? Okay, there we go. When you have a fast-moving object that has a lot of momentum and it hits another immovable object, the game's like, something's got to give, and that's when you're going to get either damage or a physics problem. And if you can minimize that, you can minimize your issues. Same thing in IRL, right? There's certain components where you don't want any give because, force of mass times acceleration. If you have very little to no acceleration, you have... There we go. Just damage something. Okay, it's the bucket hitting the top, so that's fine. Let's see what I can do with that. The bucket's hitting the top. So that's not the end of the world. Let's spawn it. I'm gonna send that out. Let's run it with some damage on it. I'm gonna take a coffee break and a piss here in a minute after I read some chat. But spawn, please spawn. I've clicked the button already. I think it's my mouse, man. It's my mouse, and I hit shit and it doesn't respond, and I find it very annoying. It's a brand new mouse too. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe I'm like half hitting it or something. It's probably a me issue. So this should go out, frankly. So I have it right up against it. That's asking for trouble. Like, before I had a much bigger gap, and I just can't do that with, or I have to, like, let the build drop onto the ground, which I don't want to do. So, like, once I start operating this, I'm not going to go really in any more than that. You don't want the bucket hitting the arm anyway. So let's turn and make sure that's the only damage we got going on. I'm just going to put in, I'm going to go ahead and set the trim. So see how because of centrifugal motion, the bucket's going up and down? That's what caused the damage, is the bucket was banging into the arm. And so, like, you wouldn't IRL have that bucket slamming into it anyway. There would be stops, but I had to do it for, game reasons. So, like, right there, you can see that's about as close I want to get it. It's locked into place. That's why I'm using those gripper tracks that are sideways, is those lock into place. If you didn't do that, the brakes would likely not be strong enough to overcome the centrifugal force. All right, I'll let you guys... You're probably going to get dizzy with this. I'm going to go ahead and I'll do coffee break now, and then I'll, I'll go ahead and get that coffee, use the facilities, and then I think we're doing some good stuff here. All right, be right back. Alright, I have returned. Let's catch up in chat. How's it going there, Dell? How are ya? Good to see you, good to see you. I just figured out what I should do to remember where I'm on chat. I just highlight the last comment I read. There we go. Haha. Hello, Dale. How are you? Good to see you. You like the rope shovel? Yeah, I got my Pat brand on there. How's it going, Xorus? How are you? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Citrus, I know Citrus probably be interested in this. Started working on Titus Mark II. Yeah, maybe we'll... It's not the right format to be playing with it. I should be doing it in tinkering, but I need to do the air. I need to do the air brakes on the new 785. So what I'm going to do is, in a minute here, we'll switch over to the 785. We'll work on the air brakes, and then that's going to be the new Titus's air brakes. So yeah, I'll let you guys use some of your vehicles in multiplayer. I'm going to still spawn everything, but what I'll do is. You guys can share it privately with me, and I'll put it in. You know, as you guys know, I don't use other builds, so I will. You know, we can put it like I'll use your build if you want in the thing. But what I mean is, I tend not to use other people's builds, so it's not like I'm gonna steal it. And then I'll spawn it. I try to keep control of spawning and everything. I think it's just the best way to do it to, you know, limit problems. Get everybody in the workbench. Inevitably, we're gonna get a problem, and it's gonna. I have to make rules, and I'd rather not. So yeah, but we'll bring in other people's equipment. You know, I don't think we're gonna have a huge problem. Like, it'll be fun to bring in other people's equipment, and I'll just spawn it in, and we'll get it going. You know, because you can mark your builds on Workshop as friends only. You can mark it as unlisted, so you have to have a link to do it, and I'll just spawn them, and then we'll be good. You know. How's it going, Owl? Good to see you. How's it going, Model Junkers? How are you? Did you also solve the Phantom Force on your truck? Yes, yes. Phantom Force on a truck, I'll go over, Owl. It was just the bed is really heavy. So, for example, when you go to make a left turn, the bed is still trying to go to the right. So the bed is fighting you, and it's causing a Phantom Force. So all I use is hard points, and then they're connected together. So yeah, that works fine. As soon as I put the hard points on, I got rid of it. That's usually what I end up doing. If you have Phantom Forces, it's usually one subgrid trying to go one direction, one subgrid trying to go the other because of momentum. And if you just make sure they go together by adhering it, you're good. Like, a lot of times what they'll do in dump trucks is they have a couple rails, and the rails will just go into slots. And so as the bed frame goes down, it goes in between two slots. So as you take a hard left turn, the dump body wants to continue to go the direction it was, which would now be right. The dump body would want to twist right, and so you'd have those frame rails would just bump up against the frame rails of the dump bed would bump up against the frame rails of the truck, and then it keeps it from sliding, you know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the whole reason why I'm a little bit like why I'm not letting other people use Workbench, stuff like that, is it's a recipe for disaster as far as I'm concerned. That was a big thing in the farming sim community was you'd have people playing together. You know, this even ruined a bunch of friendships where you'd have somebody, you know, you'd have 5 friends playing together, and somebody would say something that pissed somebody off, or like somebody, you know, they got pissy at each other, and because they were on the same farming sim game together, even if they're playing local, you all had to have the same equipment. And so people would give their work in progress builds, their whips, to other people who they were going to play with. And if they got pissy with each other, somebody would then leak their build online. And it was just such a big thing, and people stopped modding for the game and everything else. So I think it's just better, like, we don't have to do it, you know, like, if you guys can't access the workbench, you can't steal my stuff. I'm not going to steal your stuff. You know, it makes it so that if I want to let somebody in who, like, we may not know that well, we don't have to worry about that shit, you know, and it's just, it's gonna, you know how much it would piss you off if somebody steals your build. And so it's just, it's better not to even get into that. It really can ruin stuff really quickly. Yeah, exactly. You can send me the XML, you know, if you don't want to put it in the workshop, that works perfectly fine, you know. Oh, good. I wouldn't mind a beer myself. All right, let's see. We have a little damage here. That's not the end of the world. You know, this thing was spinning like crazy for quite a while here, so I'm pretty content that's not going to cause problems, and that's not how it's going to operate IRL. We're not going to be zooming this around. It's going to go like this. All right, that is already broken, so let's test it one more time. Just make sure that's not going to happen in regular use. And then I want to get off this and we'll go work in the truck and do some air brakes. All right, so this will come out. Like, get that out. Right, let's just, like, so rotation is going to be, so what I might do is put a max velocity on this. So once it hits the max velocity, it won't let you add to it anymore. So, like, this is what we're going to be doing, okay? You turn, you dump. Okay, good. You go down, and you're going to come back to where the pile is. You know, not the pile, but where the, we had a collision there, I think. Okay, we had a little bit of a bump. It just stopped when I was turning. I think the reason was I was moving the bucket, and it caused it to go in that purple section on the front. All right, so that's adhered. All right, you're going to go, you're going to scoop. Okay, scoop, 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 scoop. All right, then you're going to turn to the truck. So, you know, you're not doing that. Like, I left that spinning the entire time I was on coffee break, and eventually, you know, the blocks pressing against each other caused it to blow up. So I think that's unlikely to happen because it's just, you know, it's not a normal use case for it. So yeah, so like this is normal operations. Again, when we do multiplayer, I shut damage off for this very reason because especially, you know, like for example, CG was having the worst frames problem in desync. And then, what did you do, CG? I don't think CG's here, but I think CG either rebooted or reset his internet. And you could see on the monitor it was fine. And so you imagine if you're say 6 frames behind and you have complex machines, likely what's going to happen is one part of the build could be a frame or a fraction of a frame behind the other one, and then boom, what happens? 2 objects in the same place, explosion. And so I think, like, when people say, you know, I'm surprised we didn't see the comment yet in today's weekly update of fix multiplayer. You got to have realistic expectations. Again, if you have terrible internet, you don't even need to have necessarily too terrible of an internet. There's so many moving parts and subgrids and subbodies that if you're a couple frames or if there's any desync, you now have a ton of complex parts that are now not in the right place. And that can cause collisions. And so if you just, like, literally every multiplayer stream we've done lately, I just shut off damage, and I shut off player damage. It keeps the builds from breaking. There's going to be some unrealistic things that happen every once in a while in the game, and we don't have to worry about it. We don't have big explosions like, you know, when we were taking the train back last multiplayer session, one of the switchers, it split us on one track and the other. And if damage was on, that would have caused a big catastrophe that would have been nothing but a pain in the ass. And it's unrealistic. You know, we'd have we'd have more realistic systems that would control for that. And so it's not something we'd IRL have to worry about, but we did in game. And so by shutting damage off, it was a mild inconvenience instead of a big pain in the ass. So, you know, the tools are there. Yeah. All right, so here is, I'm working on T-Test Mark II. And I'm going to set it up like T-Bis. And I've got it, I think, is about as compact as I can get it. So this is the system here. So actually, I need one more node here. Let's go there. All right, so this is about as compact. This will be for tractors. So I think this will fit in the truck fine. This, everything on this goes in the trailer except the pump. And that should fit fine in the trailer. Smaller builds are going to be a little bit more space conscious, but hey, it is what it is. You could use the pump off of the engine to get rid of this pump, and that would slim it down. So essentially what's going to happen here is simple. Here's your reservoir tank, all right? You've got your reservoir tank. Your reservoir tank is where you store your air. All right. And your pump, generally what you do is you have a engine-driven pump, and it's usually clutched in. And so when the air pressure drops to a certain value, I've got it below 11 atmospheres, this will turn on. It will pump air into the reservoir tank, and it will store the air. All right. What you're also going to have is off of this, you're going to have a some sort of piping off this. So let's say like a T-section or an elbow. And that's going to allow air to go out to a trailer. Now, this build is not going to have a trailer, so we don't need it. But that would then send the air to the trailer. Same thing as the train. So what happens is if you have, let's say you have 10 trailers on your tractor trailer system, you have 10 trailers, it's going to go pump air into this tank, and then air is going to leak all the way back to tanks 1 through 9, and eventually all the pressure is going to get up to 11 atmospheres, then it's going to stop. And then as each independent unit uses air, it will refresh the system because all the pressure drops at the same rate. All right, so now when you want to brake, what happens is you let in a certain amount of air through this variable valve. So some of the air pressure is going to come from here and go into here. And this is your brake can. So I'll bring up a quick diagram. Air brake can. All right, so this is simulating your air brake can. This is what they look like IRL. Here are air brake cans, all right? So this is a good cutaway right here. So here's your air brake can, right? You have your spring brakes, which spring your brake on. You put air in the system right here. It pushes against that spring, releases the brakes. You then have your service brake, which will push it against and cause the brakes to apply, right? These are newer disc brakes. You can see the cutaway here is good. There's your spring for your spring brakes. They do this thing called caging. For example, let's say you, when you lose air pressure, your brakes come on, right? So let's say you need to tow the trailer, right? Let's say your air lines get cut, you need to tow the trailer. Well, what they'll do is they'll cage the brake. And so if you look here, you have this, it looks like they put the screw in there. I don't know, maybe that's just the shaft. So anyways, so this diaphragm here needs to move to the right to get the brakes to come off. All right, and so what you would do is you put a threaded rod in there, and you turn that. And what it does is the threaded rod will pull this towards it, and you then leave it in there, and now you've caged the brakes. You've pulled the brakes off, so you've relieved. You're now pulling against the spring, which takes the brakes off. All right, and so this is an air can, and so what you would do is you vent air into the. You see, this is labeled, which is nice. You can see this is your red line. Red line's coming in and pushing the air in there to release the brakes. And then you have your service coming in here and it's going to push your brakes on. So essentially what you're going to be doing is you can see the different valves, the different inlets here for either one side of the diaphragm or the other. And so what you're essentially doing is you're replicating that with this system where whatever the pressure in this tank is, this is your service brakes. So as the air comes into the service brakes, it is applying your brake pressure. So whatever the atmospheres are in here is how much brake you have applied. All right, and so you let in enough air to match what the what your desired brake pressure is. Okay, how much brake you want to push. As you relieve your foot off the brake, this is how it works IRL. As you take your foot off the brake, you bleed air out. You're taking your foot off the brake to let some brake pressure off. You let some air pressure out. And so this valve will open as you take your foot off the brake. So when your foot comes off the brake, the air valve opens up a little bit. So let's say I take my foot off 50%. So that will let out 50% of the pressure that's in this tank. So if 11 atmospheres is full brake application, and what is it, 5.5 is half brake application. If I put my foot half down, it's going to let in 5 atmospheres. And that's going to go out to the brakes, and it's going to give us 50% brakes. All right? So pretty simple there. That's how it does. So let me, we'll get this system up and running here. All right, so we have the reservoir tank max air pressure right there. And then, let's see, I got to remember how I set this up. So I put on T-bis is on the front here just so I can reference it. because I don't want to have to remember how I did this. Sometimes you look at your own logic and you're like, what did I do there? All right, so here is the independent brake throttle. So this is how much brake I want, okay? And so what we'll do here is this is going to go to, where are we at here? Let's see, right here, 2. So 2 is your brake application there. So I'm actually going to redo a bunch of this system here. This is going to get all redone. This is faked. I'm trying to unfake a bunch of this. So we'll grab that. So this is going to be, that's from your seat, right? So we're using WS, all right? And this is going to come in here, and that goes in there. So what it's going to do is when I push on my brake pedal, right? And it's going to be, we need, let's see, negative X, negative X. I'll just do it here. Right, so we do a negative X. So this means that when I push in the accelerator pedal W, we get a positive 1. That's going to give us, it's going to give us no brake pressure. It's going to make sure that there's no air in the system. No brakes are on when I have my foot pushed all the way down on the accelerator. When I push my foot all the way on the brake, that will be negative 1, right, on channel 2. And so it's going to be negative 1 times, negative times a negative positive. So we're going to have a 1 times 11. So when I put my foot all the way down on the brake pedal, I want 11 atmospheres of air to go in there. So it's going to say, hey, foot's on the brake pedal. I want 11 atmospheres of air pressure. It's going to say, that's my set point. I want 11 atmospheres. P-value is real simple, 1. Okay. And then we need to set up the, right here, this needs to be the brake reservoir right there. So don't think I have that in there yet. All right, let's go ahead and add that node. So this is the brake can pressure. All right, so that's brake can pressure. So it's going to compare what we want for pressure in the brake can to what we have for pressure in the brake can right there. All right, so that is our brake can pressure. Now, let's see. All right, so this here is going to go out to the blowout valve right there. So here's blowout valve. So this is getting moved, and that's the blowout valve. So the blowout valve is being controlled here. So we set the brake valve rate. This is how much the valve can go. So if your air is exhausting too fast, if it's venting too fast, you can make this a smaller number. I leave it at 1 because it's fast enough. This PID value is fast enough, it just runs. So what's going to happen here is, let's look, clamp, we have 0 to Z. So 0 is the valve is all the way closed. And then Z is, I set a maximum value, how much, and on this case, I just use a 1. This way, if I'm blowing the air out too fast, I can just move that down to say 0.5. And now the max that this valve will open is 0.5. But it's quick enough, this PID's fast enough that it closes and open it quick enough. Then that goes out to the blowout valve. And so that opens the valve. So let's hook some of these things up and you can kind of see me do it. So here's brake tank pressure. Right there. So there's, make sure you get pressure. Here we go, we have blowout valve. That is this blowout valve right there. Service brakes tractor. That's going to go out to the actual brakes that make it stop. All right. We have brake can pressure, which, let me see. Brake tank pressure. All right, I need to rename these because that's wrong now. I'm trying to keep consistent naming. So this should be brake reservoir pressure. Brake reservoir pressure. All right, so your brake reservoir pressure is actually this tank here. So this is your storage tank of that. So that's brake reservoir pressure. This is now brake can pressure right there. This here is service brakes tractor. That's going to go to your wheels. And then we need the, and so what this is going to do here, we need to do this one in a second. So let's update this here real quick. All right, let's go in here. And so this here is the blowout valve. So we've done blowout valve. This can go. All right. Let's copy all this. All right. So what we want to do here is we want to do the reservoir. Let's see where I had that before. So I'm making the system more simplistic, plus it is much better now. All right, so right here, let's see. Pressure 120. All right, so what I'm doing here is this is actually controlling that. Let's get rid of that. We don't need it. All right, so what's essentially happening here is this is the brake reservoir pressure. So we want to keep, IRL, you keep 120 PSI. I don't know why I'm running it as that. Let's see. Brake pressure. Okay, so let's run these as, let's see. So at a certain rate, at a certain point, I want the tank to turn on, right? So let's go to, if it goes down to, I don't know, let's say 7 atmospheres. If we go down to 7 atmospheres, so if it's between 0 and 7 atmospheres, it's going to click this up, all right? And it's going to go up to a 1. And if it reads a 1, it's going to turn on the pump. And the pump is then going to put air in the system. If we are between, let's see. Between 7 and, let's see, we'll do 11.5. If it's between a 7 and 11.5, it's going to then reset it back to 0. So when the air pressure drops in the reservoir tank below 7, right, because we don't want it to pump constantly going on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. We want it to bleed a little bit of air, bleed a little bit of air, pump us back up. Bleed a little bit of air, bleed a little bit of air, pump us back up. And because of that, I'm going to go down to 5 atmospheres. And so the reason is simple. That way the pump, we can use up to, 6.5 atmospheres of air before the pump will kick back on. So, all right, and that's going to go there. So that will kick the pump on and off, all right? And that should be good. All right, and then what I want to do is I'm trying to think where that's going. So this is wrong. This should not be blowout valve. That should not be blowout valve. Let me think how I did this. I got to look at the train system. I don't want to reinvent the wheel here. I don't want the two systems to be too divergent. So let's see. Okay, I'm running blowout valve and then the reservoir valve up top. Okay, that's what this was about. All right, good. All right, so that's how I did that. That makes sense. I'll talk you through it here in a second. I just couldn't remember why that was down there. All right, and let's see. I think I had it off of this. Let me just update it real quick and double check it. I want to make sure I don't screw this up because I want these the same. There's no point in making them different for a truck and a train. They might as well be the same. Let's grab all this again. All right, so that's going off the PID. That works perfectly. All right, this works really well. All right, let's go in here because the PID can go both negative and positive. So what we're doing here is this. So essentially, so let's talk how this works. So again, we press down on the brake pedal. It gives us a -1. It converts it to a +1. It says, hey, I want +1 times 11. That's 11 atmospheres. So it says, hey, I want 11 atmospheres, all right? It's going to say, okay, well, we're only at 5. So that's going to give us a positive number. We need to open the valve to give more air into the system, right? So let's say we're not at 5. Let's say we're at 0, right? We haven't added any brake yet. So I pull my foot all the way in the brake. It says, hey, I want 11 atmospheres. It says, oh, crap, I'm at 0. What's it going to do? It's going to shoot the number up, and it's going to open up the brake valve. Oh, come on, stop doing that, you dickhead. Grab that real quick. All right, so what it's going to do is it's then going to open that brake valve, and it's going to let air pressure go from the reservoir tank into the brake tank. So now we have 11 atmospheres in the brake tank, all right? That's going to both go, that's going to go, and it's going to go right to our brakes. So real quick, let's do this. So right here, where we have the pressure of this tank, we take tank pressure, and the tank pressure is going to go right to the variable brakes. All right, so the tank pressure is what is dictating our actual brakes. And the reason this is cool and the reason why I do this is we have to fake a lot of stuff. We don't have to fake this. IRL, there's a lag between putting your foot in the brake pedal in a tractor trailer or let's say a tractor with air brakes. If something has air brakes, when you put your foot in the pedal, it takes time. And the reason it takes time is because you're literally moving air from here into here. And so if you put your foot in the brakes, it has to take the air from the tanks, which are, on the driver's step usually, and it has to move that air physically from the driver's step to the front splitter, essentially. So it comes through a hose, and then it breaks off. Here, let's do a diagram. I know how everybody loves diagrams. All right, let's go ahead and let's look at this diagram here real quick. So, I enjoy diagrams, so let's do this. Oh, you suck so bad. All right, do that. Layer. All right, so here we have our front two tires, all right, on our tractor. And let's just, I'm not going to draw, I'll draw out a couple screws. So let's say we have a 10-wheel dump truck. All right, we have a 10-wheel dump truck here. We'll make it this dump truck. I'll do 4 tires. So there are 4 tires, all right. So then you have your air cans, and your air can is right here, all right. Usually somewhere on a tractor, it's usually under your on your driver's step or on the passenger step. All right, so what's going to happen is you have your motor here, right? And your motor is going to turn, all right? So your motor turns, and it has a pump on it. All right, so as the motor turns, it pumps air from here, and it goes into your air tank, and that increases your pressure. Okay. Then what happens is you have a line come off your air tank, and it's going to come up here, and it's going to tee out to the air cans. All right, and this will keep it so that everything's at the same rate. You have an air controller. All right, there's your air cans, and this will tee down here, and you have another T junction, and you have your air cans. Okay, there's your air can. And this is how it works IRL. Okay, so what's going to happen is these valves, it actually goes through your pedal, and it goes through your hand valves. All right, and so it physically actually goes through here. So let me fix this diagram. Let me fix the diagram real quick here. My God, give me a bigger one. Give me 50. There you go. Yeah, get it. All right, there we go. I always grab a eraser. It's too small. All right, so let's say that's your system going to your. Actually, let's do this. I'll just make it another color. And so we'll keep this system the same. So that's your line going to all your air cans. Okay, this goes to the tank, and then we want to just have. All right, so we're gonna do our next line. The next line will change colors here. We'll make it red. All right, so what's going to happen here is you've got your line going to, it's going to come from, let's make it blue. Blue is service brakes anyways. That's the right color scheme. So here's blue. So your blue is going to go up, right? And it's going to go up into your pedal, right? So your pedal of your truck is right here. So we go pedal right there. So you're going to step on your pedal, all right? Your pedal is a physical valve, all right? And so you have your blue line. It physically goes through your pedal. And that either allows air through or it does not allow air through, okay? And it's going to go there, and it's going to go, and it's going to meet up with this line, and that will allow, when you step in your pedal, it allows air to come through and apply your brakes, all right? Now, when you let go of your pedal, it's going to vent it. So let's go red. So red's going to be your vent. So if your pedal is going the other way, it bypasses, and it goes out into the atmosphere, okay? So that's a basic kind of understanding of how this works. So you have stored air. The stored air goes to your pedal and it stops. As soon as you hit your pedal, it opens up the valve and it lets it go to the brakes. When you let go of it, it's going to let that air vent out. All right. And that will release the brake pressure. All right. Pretty simple. So that's essentially what I'm mimicking here with this system. And I'm trying to keep it as realistic as possible. Now, the whole reason we started talking about this was brake lag. So brake lag is, it takes time, not a lot of time, but it takes some time right, to get from here to here, essentially, right? And so the air pressure is already built up to, well, it's actually not even that. Let's do this. The lag is not there, so there's already air pressure going to your pedal. It takes time to go from the pedal when you open that valve to get to here, 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 and here, right? So it takes some time. Now imagine this is not just a truck, but this is now one of your trailers, right? So you have trailer number 2. Right, here's trailer 2, right? And so what you do with this is there's a little bit different with trailer 2. So trailer 2 has an air can, right? There are air cans on your regular trailers. All right. And that's for storage, all right? The difference is you're not pumping anything yourself, right? It comes from the tractor. All right, so what's going to happen is the air is going to come in. Got the numbers right. So the air is going to come in. So it's going to come from the back of the tractor usually, right? Your airline. And it's going to come in the front of the trailer. And there's where the air comes in. All right. And then as you release that air from your pedal, it's going to come out. And it's going to go all the way through here. And it's going to go all the way through the system. All right. And so, as you can imagine, it's going from your pedal all the way down here, all the way back to there. All right. Now you add another trailer. Say you have a set of doubles. All right. This airline here comes from the back of this trailer. All right. So you can see how the time it takes to go from the pedal all the way through all your airlines, that's what brake lag is. And so it takes time for you to get air all the way to the back, and it takes time for you to get air to release all the way to the back. So for example, when I was running sets of doubles, if you take your foot off the pedal and you try to go right to the accelerator, these brakes are going to be off, right? You've already released the brake pedal and you've gone on the accelerator. These brakes are off. These brakes are mostly off. These ones are still a little bit on. These ones are even more on. Those ones are still more on. Well, we wouldn't have 4 tires on there. We'd have, let's say it's a twin screw. And so essentially, the further you get away from the pedal, the longer it takes to either apply the brakes or to release the brakes. So that's the basic concept of it. All right. And so the reason why I'm going to this length of the system is this actually has brake lag. It takes time for the air pressure to change. So it's going to take time for the air to vent out of this tank through the valve. And that time means that when you put your brakes on, it takes time for air to come out of here through the valve and to fill this tank. So it takes you time to get your brakes on. That's your brake lag. When you release your brakes, it takes time for the air pressure to drop and release your brakes. And that's going to be more realistic. And so, you know, I used to have to do this with actual physicalized fake numbers and testing. We don't have to do that now. We can do it with how fast does the valve open and close. So, for example, like if you have a bunch of trailers, the back trailer, you could set the valve rates to be slower, and it would release the rear more slowly, and it would add the rear more slowly. So, hopefully somebody finds that interesting. All right, so service brakes tractor right here. As I add my brake pressure up, it's going to go there. Now, it's not going to be called service brake tractor. This is different from the old system, so we'll rename that. So this is going to be, what are we going to call this? This is going to be the brake valve. Brake valve. All right, so that's your brake valve. All right, so where that goes is the brake valve here goes to this valve. And so what that's going to do is let the air pressure in. So again, to recap quickly, you've got 11 atmospheres in here. You've got nothing in your brake can. Because there's no air in your brake can, you have no brakes applied. You open this valve. The more you push the pedal, the more the valve will open the more quickly because you're asking for more braking. It's going to let air rush into the system, and it's going to fill this tank. As the air fills the tank, it applies the brakes. As you can see, that's directly connected to the brakes. So the faster, the higher this pressure is, the faster and the higher the brakes go on. The slower and the lower, the slower and the lower. So that this is actually dictated by the pressure of the tank. So it's very realistic. It works really cool. It has a bunch of the peculiarities of air brake systems. And then as soon as you reach that value, so if I say, hey, I want 11, as soon as this hits 11, this valve closes. You've got 11. Now that's stored in here. Now, as soon as this pressure drops below 5 atmospheres, this starts pumping up. So your pump is going to turn on and start feeding the system air. All right. And then eventually, when this valve closes, this is still going to probably be a little bit low. Guess what's going to happen? It's going to still pump until that's up to 11. So it refreshes your tanks every time. Then we let our foot off the brake. This opens. All right. So to talk about that opening, right, it's just the other side of the PID. All right. So let's talk about when we release our brakes. All right. I take my foot off the pedal. If I take my foot off the pedal, let's say I even put it on the accelerator pedal, right? What's going to happen is we're going to get a +1, right? +1 minus, right? So -1 times Z. So it's going to say, hey, I want -11 atmospheres. It's going to go to the PID. It's going to say, hey, I want -11 atmospheres in the brake can. It's going to compare it to the brake can. The brake can says, oh, shit, I've got 11 atmospheres. He wants -11 atmospheres. What's it going to do? It's going to shoot me a negative number. That negative number then comes down there, right? Why am I negativing this? This should go negative naturally. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, you know why? Because the valves only work in one direction. The valve only goes positive. That's why I did it. Okay, so this is going to give you a -1 on the PID controller. All right, so it will give you a +1, for example, when you want to apply the brakes. It gives you a -1 when you want to release the brakes. So it's going to say, hey, he wants the valve all the way open. So it will open your blowout valve, and it will let all the air pressure out. So that's how this system works. It works very realistically, and it works nicely. All right, so let's see. I'm going to change the way, Citrus was asking for these numbers. This is one of the reasons why I was hesitant to even give them to him, because I was hesitant to give them to him because I wasn't sure this is how I was going to do the system yet. All right, let me quickly do this. All right, so this here is the, what the hell's that? Let me see what's going on here. I'm trying to find the brake release here. So see how complicated it had to be before? This is all the math you had to do to simulate the system to work correctly. I don't have to do any of this shit anymore. None of this gets done anymore. It's great. Some of it is like, is Jake brake and stuff. I got to look at that, though. So these do not have Jake brakes, but I'm going to probably build it in there. All right, so right here is the tractor park brake, okay? So if we do not press 12, the tractor park brakes are on, okay? That's the part we're going to work on here. All right, so this is the Jake brake right here. So if you don't know what a Jake brake is, it's an engine brake. You turn on a switch, and what it does, when you take your foot off the accelerator, it will not blow fuel in the engine. So what will happen is it will suck air in, and then it will compress the air, which will cause a braking force because it closes the valves. So it's pushing air, it's compressing it. The fuel never goes in there, so it never ignites. It then draws it down, so it will then rebound. And then what's going to happen is the air is going to come up on the exhaust stroke and blow compressed air out of the exhaust stacks. That's why you hear the when the Jake brake's on. Because essentially it never fires when you do the Jake brakes. That's all that's doing. I'm going to redo the Jake brake here. So let's see. All right, so this right here is if your accelerator pedal is less than 0. So that means if I am pushing on the brake, and this is delta. So the only time the Jake brake works is if I take my foot off of the accelerator. So if the delta is negative, which means I've taken my foot off the accelerator, right? If I have my foot in the accelerator, it is a 0 delta, right? Because I'm at 1. So if my foot's all the way down, it's at 1, but it's not 1 is not less than 0. When I take my foot off of the accelerator, it's going to go less than 0. And that's going to cause it to, if both conditions are met, if I'm pressing on the brake or that, it's going to do Jakes. So let's see what this is. I got to catch up with this and try to figure it out again. delta's less than 0, so let's see, X and Y. Why do I have a blinker there? That's the question. Get rid of you for a second. I don't need you. I'm trying to see what... I'm adding a different system on here. I got to see what 13 is here. Let's save this real quick. I got to go back and look at the t-test and see what 13 is. Let's actually bring this in and check 13. I'm trying to get t-test finished. I might do a tinkering episode tomorrow. Oh, what's tomorrow? I have an appointment out of town tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. Look at the difference in the tractor in this. All right, I got to see what my brake panel looks like in here. So these have retarders that use generators to recoup, which kind of work like Jake brakes. So it's going to get that. It'll just be labeled differently. So 11 is trailer supply. Tractor supply is 12. 13 is the Jake. And then 14 is just PSI readout. Okay. So 13's the Jake. I'm trying to see why I did some of this Jake stuff the way I did it. And I'm going to redo the Jake brake. All right, so let's get this Jake brake running here. I'm gonna put it off the side. I'm not gonna be hasty. Let's do this. All right, so if the delta is less than 0, i.e., we're going down in acceleration rate. So took my foot off the pedal, and if I press the what the hell is that about? Let's get rid of this blinker. I don't know why the blinker is on. Let's see where the blinker was plugged in right there. That's got to go there. All right, let's go through this here. I got to work this. So essentially if the Jake brake switch is on, right? If the switch is on, so that is X and Y or Y and Z. So I'm going to try to see what I can... I'm going to rewrite this whole thing because I don't like how it is right now. So let's rewrite it. Let's make it a little bit smarter. Because again, a lot of this I've been doing testing on, and so I know what's working well, what's not working well. 31. What the hell is 31 doing? 31 is the trolley brake. Okay, so this trolley brake... I'm going to put some text in here. So a trolley brake just controls the brakes on the trailer. All right, so trolley brake right there. All right, so now I know what that's doing. All right, so let's rewrite. We'll do another text here. I wish we could do text that didn't show up in the menu, because that would just make them in here. I'll catch up with chat in a second, guys. I'm just kind of like I'm grooving on this, and I don't want to screw it up. So I think I can get rid of a condition here. So let's quickly here, let's do a fast test. So let's do a real quick test here. So all right, that's going to be seat. That's going to be number output. This is the WS delta. There's probably a delta block. Is there a delta block? I don't know if there is. No, it's delay. No, there's no delta block. I very rarely use those. I just make my own shit anyway here. Let's just do it real quick. All right, here's seat. So here's the composite input seat. Then we want a number output. This is brake, or let's see, WS delta. Okay, let's go in here. Real simple, super simple. Delta. So again, you can do these quick little tests if you want to see how something's going to work, and then you can then think your logic out, which is a little bit easier to do it that way. All right, so 2 is WS. So what I want to see is I want to see the delta of the change when I take my foot off the pedal. All right, so there we go. WS delta, real quick here. Let's hook this in. Dial right there. All right, because I want to get this T-test done, I would really like to release this so people can use it. I know some people have been asking to use it, so... And then I want to get the T-bis done for the train, so I'm trying to get all this done. All right, so we're going to press W. So W is a positive delta, and it's going to go to 0 once we hit 1. So we've hit 1. It's essentially doing your acceleration rate. Once you hit 1, you've stopped accelerating, right? You're done. And so here we go. We're done. We're at 1. So there's no delta anymore. I'm holding W. If we let go, we get a negative number. So not only do you get a Jake brake when you press the brake pedal, but you also get it when you let off the accelerator. Now, if you press down, it is giving us that negative number. Okay, good. So I can simplify this further. All right, so beautiful. All right, so what we're going to do is go in here. All right, so let's rewrite this whole John here. I'm going to rewrite it. We'll write it fresh. It's going to work better this way. This, that can stay for now. All right, let's rewrite this whole Jake brake. And I can simplify this. Anytime you can simplify anything, it's a dream. All right, so what we have here is simple. So here's my WS. When I either let go of the WS keys, right? When I let go of the W key, I get a negative number. So that's less than 0, right? So that is going to trigger my Jake brake when this is less than 0. When I press the S key, it is less than 0. So we get a less than 0 either case, all right? So then we want to get a Boolean, if we can spell it. All right, so we get a Boolean right here. All right, so the Jake brake is not supposed to be you slamming the brakes on. The Jake brake is just a compressor brake from the, is just a compressor brake when you, it's just a compression of the engine. It's not as effective as the other brakes. It's engine braking. It's slowing the wheels down, the drive wheels. That's all it's doing. So it's not as powerful. So what we want to do here is we want to put a little bit on the Jake brake. We don't want a ton. And so the condition here to trigger the Jake brake is simple. 13, right, is X. So X, and then I have Z. So X and Z. So if we have X and Z, right, we're going to get some braking force, all right? And so this is where it can get, I can overcomplicate this if I get too crazy with it. So one thing is, the faster you're going, the more effective the Jake brake is. So I really should add speed in here, but it adds another node. I am going to be able to rip some nodes out here. So I am going to be able to rip some, maybe not. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm not. That's fine. I don't care if this gets too big anyway. Let's see. We have an extra node here. I think we're going to be all right. So let's add that. Composite input, PHY. I'll read chat in a second, guys. Sorry that I'm kind of hanging out. Not in chat at the moment. I'm just trying to get this. I'm grooving in this. I'm trying to think of all the concepts, and so I want to get that done. All right, so 9 is our regular. I'm trying to think. I could do it RPS. RPS-based could work, or speed-based. Let's do it RPS-based. All right, RPS. So it's going to be RPS. So let's see. So it's going to take a percentage of the maximum RPS up to a value. All right, so let's get a function. That's not the one I need. All right, so here's your RPS of your engine, right? So the more it's an engine brake. So the faster your engine is turning, the more braking force you're getting. The slower your engine's turning, because you essentially turned your engine into a big compressor. So if it's compressing really, really fast, it's doing a lot of strokes, and it's compressing that air, which is slowing you down faster. As you get slower and slower, the Jake brake, like if you're moving around in the parking lot, the Jake brake is reasonably effective because you're not, you know, you're going pretty slow, but it's not giving you as much braking force because the engine's barely turning. So what we'll do is that, and then we will go with this. All right, let's do Jake brake. Jake brake percentage. Okay. And so let's see. So let's not do that. Let's say max engine RPS. All right, so we're going to do the max engine RPS, and then we're going to do a percentage off of that. So let's see. And then we're going to clamp it out. So let's say you're doing 15 RPS. Okay, so let's see. All right, so let's do this. Let's go RPS, so that'd be X divided by let's see, 30. Let's just make it hard-coded, I think. I'm trying not to have you enter shit in too, so let's get rid of that. Shouldn't need it. So let's do RPS. Jake brake. Jake brake strength percentage. So I'll put percentage, so you can set how much you want, or you can leave it where I leave it. So this will be easier. So it's X divided by Z. All right, so if your engine goes 15 RPS, all right, you're going to divide it by 100. That's going to be Jake brake of 0.15, okay? If you are going 30 RPS on your engine, right, and you divide it by 100, that's going to be 0.3, all right? And so we'll clamp this out at, I would say 0.3 is probably good. So clamp. All right, so that's going to set this up so that your maximum allowable Jake brake is 30% of how much your total brakes are. So because we're only going like, say, 15 RPS, we're going to get 0.15 braking max because it's 15 divided by 100, 0.15. That's going to add 0.15 to your brakes, okay? And, shit. I see a problem here. Oh, no, we can add it right here. That's fine. We can add it right there. Yeah, we'll add it right there. That's fine. We're going to add everything to here because I don't want it to be artificial. All right, good. So that will work. That will get added here. All right, perfect. That works actually pretty well. All right. So let's see. That sets how much Jake brake we want. Let me finish the Jake brake stuff here. So let's go ahead and this is going to just trigger whether this is on or off. And that's going to go off of this. All right, good. So that's going to do that. So this is your Jake brake component here. I'm going to move them together. So let's do that. What is this here? That is your trolley brake. Let's get the trolley brake moved down below this. Let's move the Jake brake together and then down to meet. All right, so this is, yeah, we're starting to get this cleaned up. This is so much simpler than the system I had before, and it has all the has all the fakery, all the stuff that we had to simulate, all the simulation. Let's put it that way. It's simulation. It has all the simulation that I needed, but I don't have to fake it. It's actually based off air pressure. All right. So what this here is this is your, this is going to set how much you want on that. All right, and then what we'll do here is, so that would be 11 times 0.15. That's going to be 1.65. Let's see. I think the best way to do this. We'll add it to X. Okay. So what we'll do here is we will go right there. So this is adding the Jake brake to your regular brakes. Again, we have to make the brakes go. We don't actually have engine braking in game, so we have to add it to the reg brakes. So what we're going to do here is it's going to be negative X plus Y. All right, so negative X plus Y. What? I didn't put the Y. That would be Y. Ha! Negative X plus Y times Z. All right, so let's go ahead and do this math real fast, make sure it works. So let's say that our Jake brake strength is 100%. Okay, so let's say our max engine RPS is 15. I'll read chat after this, I promise. So we have 15, right, divided by 100, right, is 0.15. It's less than 3, so it's going to send through a 0.15 when we activate the Jake brake. When the Jake brake comes on, it's going to add 0.15 to here. So we get negative X. Let's see. It needs to be a negative number. So be plus negative Y. Okay, so it's going to be, that just needs to be a negative number. Let's not do it there. I don't want it to be confusing. Stand by. Yeah. So let's go. Let's do it here. Negative X divided by Z. So negative 15 RPS divided by 100 is negative 0.15. That's then the Jake brake is activated. It then adds it to here. So we get a, let's say we have the brake is at 30%. Or put our foot 30% of the brake. That is 0.3. So 0.3 plus 0.15, we're now up to 45% of the brake, right? So it would be 0.45. So 0.45 times 11 is going to say, hey, I want 4.95 atmospheres of pressure in my brake cylinder. That's going to put 4.95 atmospheres of brake in there. That's going to come out, and then that's going to actually go to your brakes. All right, so that's going to work there well. I'm trying to think of all the different systems to hook up and make sure this works on everything. So that should work. Let's say you don't put your foot on the brakes. Let's say you just do the Jake brake and you take your foot off of the accelerator. That's going to give us the negative 0.15. It's going to be 0 plus negative 0.15. So negative, so stand by. I screw this up. I did. I don't need the negative X. All right, that's fixed now. So negative X, we have to invert this number. We do not have to invert this number. We want this number to be positive. So this is going to take the, so let's say we just do the Jake brake. So Jake brake comes through. We get a positive 0.15. So it's going to be 0.15 times 11. That's going to give us 1.65 atmospheres of pressure through just for the Jake brake. So it's going to give us, 1.65 atmospheres of pressure in there. I have to play with the numbers though. Stand by, guys. All right, let me catch up with chat. I got to think this through at the end, but I think we're pretty good. I want to get the system cleaned up. I really want to get TTIS and TBIS done and out. So. How's it going there, Mr. Beep? How are you? Nope, we're in the middle. I'm still moving along here, so probably stream for a little while. We'll see. Well, what do you mean? Do you not need the gas tanks? You do need the gas tanks. That's what the tanks are doing. The tanks are doing all the work. Yeah, it can look intimidating. One thing is to be clean. Like you see, I've cleaned this up, and I've got sections where they need to be, and they're in hierarchies pretty much. This should probably be above that, but whatever. All right, I haven't figured out how to auto shut off the engines and starter. I can help you with that in a minute. Stand by. Jake brake is generally used not just for downhill, but just to try to slow down and lay off your brakes. The reason why a Jake brake is so essential is for the hills, though. When you're going down hills, if you're dragging your brakes, you're heating up your brakes, which you're going to get brake fade, and you're going to start to lose braking effectiveness. So the Jake brake allows you to help slow down without having to use your brakes as much. So it is that's a big purpose of it. Like you could not, you can drive on flat roads and not really need it, but it does help your brakes. Yep. All right, good. So we're I got to check something here. So I got to fix something. We're right on the cusp of having this good. What is this here? Oh, trolley brake. Okay, I'm not gonna trolley brake. I need to fix too. So we'll do trolley brake in a second, but there's something up I have to fix here. This is the issue here we have. All right, I am gonna have to read out to the service brakes. I'm gonna have to read to the service brakes. What I think I'm gonna do is get rid of this node for tractor park brakes and make a number output. This will go to variable brakes. I'll put the right name in and people can use this. All right, so they're called service brakes. I put in variable brakes so you know where to plug them into. All right, so that is good. So I've gotten rid of the parking brake, and what we're going to do is we're going to do the old trick where instead of using a parking brake, you just do a 1 on the brakes. So instead of using the parking brake, it will just go full 1 on the brakes. All right. So I'm switching a bunch of stuff up, Citrus, so that's why I haven't released Titus Mark II. I know Citrus was asking about some of Titus Mark II. That's why I haven't released it, as I've been like kind of brainstorming about all these things I was going to change. All right, so there's a number of reasons why I made this change. So this is actually going to be cool. So instead of adding, that works fine like this. Okay, so this is going to go here. So the reason I'm doing this is, so what I was doing initially was this. I was reading just the tank pressure. The problem is the tank pressure is going to be up to 11. And so it's going to put full brakes on all the time. I can't do that. So what I need to do is go in here and, oh, God, Christ, we got to read that back, don't we? Shit. Let's see. I'm trying to not get this panel to be too big. To light cord. Brake panel. Light cord panel. Connect seat to light panel. Brake reservoir pressure. Oh, good. It's already coming in. Okay, good. I already grabbed it. It's coming in. Okay, good. Perfect. Brake reservoir and brake can. Brake can's already coming in. All right, beautiful. That's what I was concerned about. All right, beautiful. So we have, where did I put it? I moved it, didn't I? Look at dickhead. Right here. All right, service brakes right here. So the reason I'm doing this is, so we get a brake valve right there. What I need to do is come in here where the hell is it? Where is it? Let's see it. Check it real quick. I just had it. This should be brake. Brake can pressure right there. Oh, that's... Yeah, it's an input. Where's the brake can pressure going? Oh, right here. Brake can pressure. Right there. Okay, brake can pressure. So what we're doing is we're reading the brake can pressure for the brakes here. So let's go up. Split, make space. The number of reasons I need to do it this way. So the main reason is this is, as you can imagine, we have, you know, again, the brake can is going to read 11 atmospheres, right? We don't want to feed 11 to our actual brake number. That's not good. We want to feed a reduced number. And so what we're going to do here is, we can do this with simple math here. Let's get a function going. Let's not do that one. Grab this one. All right. So we have our brake can pressure. And then we need to pull, that's fine. That goes through there. I could do it with a simple function here. Let's do this. All right, so what we're going to read out here is brake max pressure ATM. Right, so the brake max pressure is 11.5. All right, so what's going to happen here is we need to convert this back from pressure to a number our brakes can actually use. And so what we'll do here is we will do, so we'll do right here, brake can pressure, brake max pressure. So we'll do Z divided by X. All right, so let's say our brake can pressure is at 5. So it'll be 5 divided by 11.5. That's going to give us a brake force of 0.43. Okay, let's say our brake can pressure is at 11.5, right? That is full max pressure. And we divide it by 11.5. That's going to give us a max brake pressure of 1. So we're putting it back into usable variable brake numbers right there. That's why I had to add that. All right, good. That's done. All right, trolley brake. So the trolley brake. So again, trolley brake is a handle usually in the cab. You pull the trolley brake, it just does the trailer brakes. Like I've showed a couple times, like say we're going down a hill and the trailer's starting to go out to the side. You grab the trolley brake because then the tractor is still going down the hill. The trailer is starting to try to go slower than the tractor, and that causes it to straighten out. So on slippery conditions, if the trailer starts stepping out, you don't want to hit the regular brakes because that does both the trailer and the tractor. You want to hit just the trailer brakes so that the trailer slows down, the tractor keeps going, it straightens the trailer out. So that's what trolley brakes are. So here's trolley brake. That's channel 31, your space bar. Okay. If you are pressing on your space bar, it slowly adds trolley. All right. If you let go of your trolley brake, it releases that. Brake reservoir pressure. What is this about? I don't know what this is about. This is interesting. Oh, this is, okay, this is the air brake pump here. This should be up higher. Trolley should be at the very bottom. This here is, this goes up. I grabbed everything one of the times. I didn't mean to. So this is what turns your pump on and off right there. And then this is your trolley. I'm trying to keep it segregated in the different systems. And then I'm going to label them so that if people want to like see how the system works, they can. Because I know Citrus was asking a bunch of questions here. This way you can just look at the system. You don't have to, and you can kind of figure it out. So a lot of people like to reverse engineer this stuff so you can see. All right. Be kind of cool if it color code too. All right, so there's Jake brake right there. I'm going to move the labels off one step there. All right, so that is all of your Jake brake right there. This here is your, let's see what this, we'll call this. Brake, can, pressure. Brake pressure regulator. Oh my god, delete. Alright, brake pressure regulator is right here. So that's this whole section is brake pressure regulator, all that, good. Alright, and then let's see. This is brake. Brake reservoir pump. Step these off even more. So like I'm putting like trailer only. I'm putting all these things so like if you're trying to look at the system and understand how it works, you can see what everything is. So trolley brake, if you don't know what a trolley brake is, it tells you it's the trailer only. Reservoir brake pump, that pumps air in your reservoir. Brake pressure regulator, Jake brake right there. There's Jake brake, brakes, tractor. Okay. Brakes, trolley brake. No, that's fine. If you can't divine from trolley brake that it is a brake, trolley brake trailer only. My god, that's like, see, I can't move the cursor properly and it's annoying. See, I thought it was on the lower level, I wasn't. Okay, so I'm trying to label everything up because I want to get this T-TIS out. All right, and then this needs to go up there on this channel here, I believe, is your trolley brake. So that's trolley brake. All right, so we'll quickly walk through the system here. That's good. And then this, so we need to do park brake. So this is going to be your park brake. And I need to add park brake in. So where are we at? Right here, service brakes. All right, let's go down here. All right, so this is going to add the 1 to make your park brake. All right, park brake strength. We'll start out at the value of 1. We'll make it maximum. All right, so that will be your park brake strength right there. And then we're going to go ahead and we'll hook that there. Bingo. Gorgeous. Look at all these lines line up. Beautiful. And I'll label the stuff up top. So. All right, tractor and trailer park brakes right there. All right, so let's walk through the whole system. Now, what brand's my mouse? I got a Razer Basilisk. I don't think it's my mouse. I think it's the way I'm hitting it. I barely touch it sometimes, then I don't get it to respond, and it annoys me. It's a me thing. Again, I'm blaming the tools. It's not. It's me. Probably the way I'm running it. It's a newish mouse. Let's get that. See, I got to line this up or I'm going to lose my mind. All right, good. All right, so let's go through the whole system here. So you have your brake panel. Your brake panel channel 12 is for your tractor brakes. So you press that button, it releases the brakes, okay? So if it is not on, so if you have not pressed the button, it's going to give us a 1, and that's going to go to our brakes, giving us a full brake of 1. So we're parked. Parking brakes on. Okay. As soon as we release our parking brake, it switches us over to this. This should be at 0 because we have no brakes in no air in our system yet. And so our brakes now come off when we release the parking brake. That works. 11 is the trailer brakes. Now, this particular vehicle is not going to have trailers, but I want to use the same system, so I don't have to make a separate system. That's going to read out channel 11 to be able to go out to the trailer. All right. And so that's where that goes. This is the lights panel. You take the seat, you connect it to the lights panel. So the seat goes to the lights panel, and then this allows you to put lights on your trailer and control your trailer from your tractor. All right. And you're feeding that through to save you nodes. So instead of having the seat come here and the lights come here, it goes to the lights panel to there. If I could do brake panel as well. Ooh, that's a freaking idea, man. See, there's no real point to take one out because I still have a second one. It's not like I'm actually trimming the panel size. So I'll leave it. All right, so here's your brake panel. So that's done. All right, lights panel feeds through. So we take whether or not our trailer brakes are on, and we take all of our light information, and we send that out to our trailer. This is all going to our trailer. All right. So this is info to trailer. Info to trailer. Okay, so all your info to the trailer goes out here. So that's going to be your parking brake for your trailer, which is separate in a tractor trailer, plus all your seat information. All right, that's all going. All right, let me see. I might change. I'm going to add brakes. Let's see. I'm going to add brake information directly to here, I think. Yeah, I'm going to change this up again. So let's go to 3. All right, and the reason it starts on channel 14 is we're feeding through the seat, which goes up to 7, plus the light panel. So then that goes up to 14. All right, so we are feeding out a bunch of info to here. So let's see. Because I'm trying to make the panel for the trailer as small and as limited as possible. All right, so this goes both to the light cord and the brake panel, so we can't have repeaters on here. That's fine. That's why it starts at 12 is so that we don't have, so all the channels are good. So it goes, the channels on the brake panel are 11 for the trailer, 12 for the tractor, 13 for the Jake, and then we have the pressure of our tanks, which is 14. So there's 14 is the pressure of our tanks. So what we're doing is we're taking the brake reservoir pressure, and we're reading that out. I've got it in PSI right there. That's just converting it to PSI, and it goes up here, and that goes into 14. That's reading it out in PSI. The next one is 15. 15 is trolley. I'm going to change this. So let's actually make this back to 2. I'm going to make this simpler because I'm doing too many calculations on the brake, on the trailer. I don't need to. So what we're going to do is we're going to take, let's see where we're at here. All right, so this here is the brake. Oh, shit. Let's see. This is the only problem here. Okay, I can do all this with math. All right. Not really. Shit. The problem is the Jake brake. This is going to add the Jake brake to the trailer. I don't want to do that. Okay, I can do this with math. That works. All right, good. All right, so here we have the trolley brake. All right, so here's the trolley brake. Trolley brake goes up to a 1. All right, so we're going to add that in. So Z is trolley brake. All right. All right, Z is trolley brake. All right, so we're going to add the trolley brake. And we do not want to add the park brake for the tractor. That goes there. We are going to add so this is good. I'm going to be able to get rid of this park brake here. Okay, good. This is going to actually really help slim down that trailer microcontroller. A lot of the stuff I'm going to do here. All right, so I'm going to need a bigger one of these. No, I think 3 should be fine. 3 should work. All right, so that's good. So we're going to take regular brake information there. So we're going to do, okay, I need a bigger one. So let's get a bigger function here. This is actually going to be really helpful to slim this microcontroller down. All right, so let's grab, we want the trolley brake there. All right, so I'm going to add it here. So what is that? That's delta, so plus delta. Okay. So that's plus delta. And then we want to add the, right here, that is going to be the brake information. This is what our normal brake is going to be right there. Okay. Then we're going to take, I'm going to make a space here. I'm going to try to get more of this brake information where it belongs. So let's get that out of the way. Zoom that down. Let's grab all of this. Let's grab this stuff here. This is our park brake. Park brake's coming right down there. Tractor. Tractor park brakes. Okay, perfect. All right, so now what we're going to do is that's the tractor park brakes goes there. All right, now we want the trailer park brakes, and I'm going to take that down. Gorgeous. This is coming along really nicely how I want it. All right, good. So that's going to go there. We're going to take another numerical switch box, all this crap here. All right, good. So this is our tractor park brake right here. All right. And then that's going to get added to this. So that goes there. All right, and then the Jake brake. Where's the Jake? Right there. There's the Jake. Could cozy that down some. I don't care. I'm trying to keep my lines the same, but I'm going to be a crazy person for doing that. There's no point. I want to keep it so people can understand what the hell I'm doing, too. That's why I'm kind of trying to make this not nuts. I'm trying not to be a psychopath doing this. Sometimes that's difficult. All right, that's good. And then this goes there. All right, that goes like that. All right, so now we should be able to do this all with one formula and then send it up to the top number. And so what I'm doing here is I'm having to send the brake information to the trailer and then have it recalculate all the brakes. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send all the brake information for the trailer from here, and then all it's going to do is process it. So because I'm trying to think. Stand by, guys. Sorry, I'm kind of deep in this. Let me take a quick second, and I'll go ahead and read some chat. I'm aiming high, lol. All right, so so I'm starting to abandon this notion. This is why. I want to... Well, actually, I'm still going to do it, but the thing is I still want to have the brakes act properly, and so I'm going to send the desired brake value out, and then it is going to feed into the, it's going to then feed into the PID for the valves on the trailer, so that's fine. I'm still doing all right here. So essentially what I want to do is I want to get the brake value in here, so... All right, let's keep working here. So D, we're going to add D. Giggity. And this is the regular brake value. And so we're going to do this. All right, so that is, what is that? That is Charlie. And we want to subtract off the Jake brake because there's no Jake brake in the trailer. Jake, it's all the engine braking from the drive wheels. That's the only place it's coming from. So what we want to do is we want to subtract off whatever that is, X-ray. So X. So we take C, which is the brake value, and we subtract off the Jake brake because we don't have Jake brake on the trailer, and then we add back the trolley. And we don't have trolley on the tractor. So that's adding back the trolley. Okay. And then we have Yankee. Yankee is going to be the park brake. So that's going to add Yankee. And that's adding our park brake. So if the park brake is on, it's going to go up to a 1. All right. All right, beautiful. So that should work well. And so that's actually going to save me a bunch of stuff. I used to, see, this used to send out the parking brake to the trailer. We're not doing that anymore. All right, so that's gone. So we can get rid of that. We don't need that information to go out to the trailer anymore. See you later. And then what is this going to? So 14, what was 15 supposed to be? I got to look at that. And the reason why I'm using a high number here is this goes back to the brake panel to save us a node. So we're currently going to be reading, what is that? What's 14? 14 is the brake pressure. Why do I give a shit about the brake pressure? I don't. I really don't. See, I don't care about the brake pressure anymore. Oh, you know what? I care about the brake pressure just for the gauge. Okay. I do need that for the gauge. All right, that's fine. I care about it for the gauge because it has to go up for the gauge. So 15 is going to be all the information for the trailer. All right, so this is okay. So I kept it reasonably clear. This is going to drive me nuts, but that's because I'm a sicko. It is going to drive me nuts. This is where I make it so that nobody knows where any of my lines go. Some people like actively try to make their stuff obscure so people can't copy it. I just do it because I have to have the lines aligned. That's the only thing I'm doing there. This one's going to drive me nuts right there. I kick that one. There, we'll go like that. I've almost got this where I need it. Let's see. I don't need it anywhere, but I've got it where I'm going to put it. All right, the sickness is in me here. I'm going to get this all straightened out, and then I'm going to be so pleased when this is done like this. All right, there we go. There we go. Look at that. Straight lines. Oh, gorgeous. It probably drives so many people nuts trying to look at my stuff. They're like, why is everything covered? Because I can't stand the diagonal lines. All right, good. So we're all set up here. So let's go through this again. I want to make sure it works. So first thing is Charlie minus X. So Charlie here is this. Charlie is the brakes. All right, so that is the information we send to the actual brakes. That's the service brake right there. And it's before the park brake for the tractor because we don't care about the tractor. We're only doing the trailer here. So that's why it's bypassing. Okay, so that's our parking brake information. All right, so we take Charlie and we subtract X. X is the Jake brake. We have no Jake brake on a trailer. So we're taking the brakes, getting rid of the Jake brake. Okay, good. Next, we're going to be adding D. D is the trolley brake. Trolley brake is a trailer-only thing. Here it is. D is the trolley brake. Then we add Y. Y is the park brake. All right, Y is right here. This is the parking brake for the trailer. So we add in whatever that's going to be. It's going to go up to a 1. All right, that is good. All right, what? Where? What? Where? What? Where? My brain's farting now. XYZ. What? Where? The fuck? How is this screwed up? Let's take the clamp out for a second. There we go. Alright, so I'm just clamping this out so the value only ever goes to a 1. Doesn't matter. See, I don't even need that. It's just, it's pedantic nonsense I'm putting in there that's just like, I shouldn't even bother. Because it's gonna, like, it doesn't matter. If it sends the brake a signal of 10 million, it doesn't matter. It's still gonna give me only a 1 on the variable brakes. So that's fine. So it's sending 2 things out here. It's sending out channel 14, which is the brake pressure of the reservoir in the tractor to give to our brake panel. And then it's reading out the number that should go to the trailer on channel 15. All right, good. That's done. So the reason I spent so much time on this is I've been trying to get this finished, and I needed, like, the motivation to do it and do it right. And I think that's good. So this is going to be really good. And then the trailer portion is much simpler now. Stop with your symmetry, please, there, guy. Thank you. All right, good. Let's get you out of the way. All right, good. So, all right, let's plumb this all up and watch it fail the first time. Service brakes, variable brake. I got to fix one of the wheels, too, on this. Variable brake. Fuck, I just screwed it up there, right there. Variable brake. Variable brake, variable brake. This wheel, for some reason, here is upside down, and I'm not going to tip it back over because it's a pain in the ass. I got to pull off 2 wheels, then I got to add a block, and I'll just do it. You screw it, I'll do it. All right, let's grab it. I'm making a big deal. Oh, I can't move it or else I'll lose the grip, and then I got to re-grip the bitch. Actually, no, I won't lose the grip. I'll lose the... Shouldn't lose the grip. I should lose the, if I XML the size, which I did not do. That's why I didn't want to touch it. Let's not touch it for now. It's just, there's no reason to. It's just my own nonsense. What are you? Air brake pump. That needs to go to the pump. Okay. Now, if you wanted to, you could run the, if you wanted to, you could run the engine-driven pump. I'd actually prefer that personally myself. I think I'm going to do it on this build. The reason I use this pump, it's loud. I'm not a huge fan of it. The only reason I use that is for plumbing reasons. Is it's kind of tough to plumb from the front of an engine. A lot of people aren't going to be able to plumb from the engine. So I show it with the pump. You can change the pump however you want it. Why did I come in here? Oh, I know why. Okay. So I put RPS. It should be engine RPS, so you know what to hook to. Engine RPS. So that should go from your engine. Again, the higher engine revs, the more Jake brakes you should get. So that's plugged in. That's plugged in. That's all plugged in. Right, I gotta put... Oh, I got rid of the tractor too early. Grab it back real quick. What happened? I just loaded it instead of doing it with that. Go to backups. Oh my god, it auto-saved it there. 38. Fuck me, dude. The backups are... Oh, dude. I just screwed myself so bad. Why do I not have an autosave that's more recent than this? That just screwed me so incredibly bad. How? How do I not have an autosave that's... How is the autosave that fucking late? You gotta be shitting me. Oh. How is that autosave so fucking late, man? It's like 50 minutes ago was the last autosave? On what planet? Why are my backups so... It's been an hour, dude. What the fuck? I'm pissed now. Dude, that just screwed my whole system up. That's my fault for not saving it, man. Alright, fuck it. We gotta fix it. That sucks so bad. I'm really annoyed now. God damn it, that sucks. That is so bad. How did you not save it when I changed vehicles? What the fuck, man? Oh my god, I lost everything that I just did. That's so fucked up. I'm really pissed now. This dude, that's just... How, man? God damn it. How far back am I? Alright. Alright, no point in complaining about it. I gotta just fix it. Dude, that is not great, man. I'm kind of annoyed at the moment. I'm thoroughly annoyed. Oh my god, it did nothing, man. I have nothing from what I just did. Just lost an hour's work. And there's no backups. Gotta be shitting me, man. Why would you not save for an hour? Like, look at these saves. 16, 19, 24. That one's, 5 minutes later. That one is 12 minutes later, and then an hour? What the Christ, man? That's so stupid, man. I click one wrong button. It's my fault, but it's like, it's still, I should have been saving more. I need to save more. It's a me thing. It's just stupid that the one time I fuck it up, it doesn't have a backup for me. Oh, that's my fault for not saving it. All right, let's not freak out and just do it again. I know where I'm putting everything, so just do it again. God damn it, man. Oh, I had T-test done almost, and I fucked it up. All right. All right, stop bitching about it and just do it. All right. Jake break delta less than this. Oh, this is all ballsed up now. Okay. Okay, what are you? Trolley brake. Trolley brake's fine the way it is. That can go up. Trolley brake's gonna be the last element. All right, we're gonna do a speed run. We'll try to have fun with this scene. I just gave myself an aneurysm. Try to do it as fast as I can. All right, so delta's negative. That's good. That's a negative value. All right, that's less than. That's going to be the trigger for the Jake. Okay, trigger for the Jake. All right. Trying to remember. I want to get it exactly the way I had it too. All right, so Jake brake delta less than. How did I do this last time? I'm trying to remember what I did. I had it was very elegant and it was good, and now I'm trying to think of how the hell to do it. Sucks so bad. Because I needed to get up to the percentage off of the engine RPS, and then I've got, oh fuck, the nodes are all fucked up too. Jesus Christ, man. That really sucks so bad. All I was trying to do was load in the tractor to grab the brake panels, and my fault. I gotta save. All right, where are we at here? Let's see. Brake reservoir, blowout valve, brake valve. Brake reservoir pressure, blowout valve. Brake valve. Brake can pressure, blowout valve. Let's get these lined up over here. Air brake pump, we need that. Okay, good. Let's see. I need RPS off the engine. Dude. I don't know why it didn't do a save anytime recently. It's like it's been an hour since the save. Engine RPS. All right. Flip switch. All right, let's see. All right, so engine RPS 15.15, max 3 right there. Okay. Okay, that's good. Any way I can get this closer? Not really like that. Yeah, I can do this. Man, that's such a bummer. It really is. A friggin' bummer and a half that is. Yeah, it's pretty sucky, I tell you that. All right, we'll just rebuild it quickly. I know what everything's supposed to be now, and it's just unfortunate. Again, I'm not, it'd be silly of me to blame the game for it. It's me not saving. It's a pretty basic precept of you should save often, and I didn't. Same thing with like I talked about yesterday is like you got to back up your game files. You want to not lose them, back them up, and that's exactly what that is back up your game files. I did not back up the file after I'd done a bunch of work on it. All right, so Jake is back in. Let's go here. Yeah, what is that? Okay, numerical switch box going there. Okay. And then that's going to be negative z plus y times z. Let's put those in parentheses. Make sure they work out right. All right, that's done. Jake's back in. All right, good. Jake breaks back in. Brake valve, that good. All that good there. I need to do the conversion back because that's brake valve, okay. And then I need service brake. What is that? Blow valve. Okay. Service brakes. All right, variable brakes. Number output. Okay. Save. All right. So we need to do a conversion off of this. Brake pressure. Where's brake cam pressure? Right there. Let's do the split right here again. Brake cam pressure. Brake system max. C divided by X there. All right, that's done. Next thing is the park brake for the tractor. All right. So that is 12 is the park brake for the tractor. Let's bring that down here. That should go right here, actually. A little space in there. It's cozying this shit up too tight. All right, there we go. All right. Up, up, and up. Okay, then this is going to be arc break. Max. All right, that is going to put that on park brake max. So bypasses the regular brakes and it gives me maximum service brakes. All right, good. Trying to think. I might do this actually backwards because if I lose when I disconnect from the trailer, I'm going to lose electricity. So I want to make sure that it probably defaults to the brake value. Let's do that. So it will default to there, and then it'll go to there, and then this will set like that. It'll go like that. Beautiful. All right, then this here is going to be. Yeah. Okay. We'll do that. So if we press the brake switch to release the brakes, then it's going to allow the brakes through. This is the tractor, but I also want, if we lose electricity, I want the brakes to snap on because that's what would happen. So not if you lost electricity, if you lost air pressure. Or do I set this by air pressure? Let's see. Ooh, this is interesting. All right, let's make this fun and add something better because of the poor misery that we had there. I'm trying to think of the way we do this here. Because the way that the spring brakes are not actually passing air around. Let's not worry about that. Let's see. Let's leave it like this. It's not actually opening valves and doing that stuff to put the spring brakes on. It's just venting all the brake pressure, and then it's letting that come on. So that's fine. We'll do it like this. So it will start with the park brake on until you release it. Then it will do reg brakes, and it will go through that. Shit, the only problem is... No, it's fine. I can read it through there. All right, that's good. That works. All right, good. So park brake tractor done. All right, update. Save. There we go. All right. If you'd save a friggin' backup, we'd be happy. Got a lot of games don't do backups, you know, so it's like I should be saving anyways, but I was relying on it, and I shouldn't be. All right, let's see. All right, Jake brake is done. You know, the hard part was figuring all this out again, how I wanted it, try to solve some of the problems that I had or the things I didn't like a lot. And so that, you know, I got all that stuff solved, so it's not too bad going through it again. All right, so blowout valve is done. Brake valve is done. Service brakes is done. Let's go up the top, see what else we have, what junk we need. All right, so this is a goner now. That's gone, and then we need to plug that in there. Okay, good. That's fine. All right, good. 13 is Jake brake. So 13 is going to do, what is that? Okay, that needs to be a bull. All right, so 13 right there. All right, so if that is going and the Jake brake is on, that goes there. All right, Jake brake is established. That's good again. All right, that's fixed. Jake brake is fixed. 11 is the trailer brake, so all the trailer stuff can come here. And let's get the trailer set up. So let's actually put that up. Trailer should trail the rest of the stuff. Yeah, let's do that. Well, I'm gonna clean this up even more. We'll give ourselves some extra satisfaction by getting the sucker even more clean. All right, so here's the brake pump. This pumps your system up. That's good. All right, go up, sir. And we got all the lines beautifully aligned, so I'm thrilled with that. Let's see. All right, gorgeous. Let's get that set up again. Let's let this all lined up. We'll give ourselves a treat for our suffering here and make this beautiful. All right, good. So this should be pretty cleaned up. We've got brake reservoir pressure is good. That's running down. Pump is there. Let's put the pump right above the trailer, and then that isn't as long of a line. All right, good. That's there. Then we have trailer. Okay, so we can start setting this trailer stuff up. Might have some running a little bit here. All right, let's grab a big old function again. We need to fix the trailer information. All right, good. Let's start dialing this stuff in for the trailer. So I need to know... let's see, what do I need to know? I need to know service brake number, and I need to know Jake brake value. So I need the service brake. I need to know the Jake brake. This is the one that's a pain in the ass to hook up. So I need to know the Jake brake number, which is where? So that should be there. That's Jake brake value right there. Take it off anywhere, frankly. Take it off of there is fine. All right, that's the Jake brake. Then I need the service brake. Where's that lineup right there? How much of a weirdo do we want to be with this? We want to be a big old weirdo. Let's see. Let's try to get this lined where I need it. All right, that goes there. What happened to my music here? We're in between songs. Probably got a copyright on that song or something. All right, there we go. All right, so let's see. I'm trying to not screw this up. Jake brake, service brakes. Okay, so real simple. We'll do. Should have done them the other way. I'll do them the other way. All right, service brakes, Jake brakes. All right, so it's going to be X minus Y. All right, that takes the Jake brake out of the equation for the trailer. All right, so that part is done. All right, next thing we need is we need to have the park brake for the trailer, which right here, 11. Nope, that's that. Right here is 11. Okay, 11's right there. It should stay where it is. No, it's going to move. All right, that's fine. Take this. And where was that park brake? I just saw it somewhere. Park brake max. All right, I'm recovered from this. Like, the main thing was figuring all this information out again, and it's still in my head, so we're good. If it happened late at night, I would have had a connection fit at night. They were like, I can't remember this shit. Let's go. Okay, perfect. Look at this, lining up beautifully. All right, good. Lining up gorgeous here. All right, good. All right, so we've got the Jake subtracted, and we need to add the trolley. All right, so what's that? Z here? Z, Z, Z. All right, so that's plus Z. I think that's it. We don't need that big of a function, I don't think. So let's make sure I have everything. So I need to take the service brake, how much brake I want to go to the trailer. I need to get rid of the Jake brake, which is Y. Then I need to add in the trolley brake, which is Z. And then if we put in the park brake, I need to flip this so that we get a max park brake. We want to flip this like that, and then I want to get rid of. So if this is flipped, I want to go from that to this. All right, that works. I think that's it, man. I'm gonna unload this, save this, and test this thing. That's where we were at. We're at testing, so it didn't take that long to get back here, but as you can imagine, it is freaking frustrating. Okay. You know, a big part of doing any of this stuff is just like thinking through how you want it. And like there's 200 pitfalls every time you do everything, so it's like going through and trying to fix all that stuff can be a challenge. And so well, I was gonna undo the lines crossing. I don't know why I'm doing that. Yeah, let's not reinvent the wheel, dude. Just hook it back up. I'm causing myself problems here. Okay. All right, so now that's redone. All right, so this should be good. We should be good here. I am going to do it because I'm a psychopath here. All of this just so those two lines don't cross. All right, good. So I think we're good. I'm going to walk through the system again, and then we're going to save. All right, Jake brake. So we have the Jake brake here. So 2. I'm going to label everything 2 on the way through. All right, good. So Jake brake. If we let go of the S key or if we let go of the W key or press the S key, it's going to go less than 0. It's going to give us a Jake. If it's going to then, if the button is also on. So if the Jake brake button is on, which we've turned it on, and we are less than, or let go of W or press S, we're going to get the Jake brake. Look at that. That's why I go through these things. That is now connected. All right, so if those two conditions are met, it's going to flip it on, so it goes from a 0 to a this function. Let's go through the function. So the engine RPS, so say 15. 15 divided by 100 is 0.15. So it'll give us 0.15 brakes up to a maximum of 0.3 brake. All right, that's going to come down here. It's going to snake over here. It's going to come down here because I need my line straight. And it's going to add that. It adds the positive number to the positive number of our brakes, giving us our brake number. It's going to multiply it by the brake reservoir atmospheres, which is 11. Max atmosphere is 11. 11.5 is fine. 11.5. All right, so that's then going to go to, let's move that up so it's not in the way. All right, so that's then going to go to the PID. It's going to say, hey, I want 11.5. It's going to read the brake can pressure. It's then going to give us what we've asked for. All right. P-value, constant on signal. Good. That's good there. I'm going to change the constant on signal. Do I change the constant on signal? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I should probably change the constant on signal so that if we... yeah, let's do this. Let's go... 2 conditions I can meet here. I want to get rid of that constant on, and I want to make it triggered by the brake valves. Where's my other brake valve? Right here. Okay. So if I trigger the trailer brakes, or I trigger the tractor brakes, so if I trigger the trailer or the tractor brakes, it is going to turn on the PID. So when I shut the brakes off, when I essentially put my parking brake on, I don't want the PID doing calculations the whole time we're just sitting stationary. It's just wasting resources. This is part of optimization, you know, is doing this. So that will turn that on only when either of the brakes are on. When we release either parking brake, the PID will come on to actually control the brakes. Okay. All right, so good. That goes through. That information feeds through. It's clamped 0 to, in this case, max brake valve rate is a 1. That controls the brake valve, which sends air from the reservoir to the brake cam. All right, good. That is good there. That makes sense. All right. Then we go down to the next part here. We have, it comes off the PID. If the PID value is negative, it makes it positive, and that will blow out the blowout valve. So we get a positive, we get a negative number. It then opens up the blowout valve, lets the air out. Perfect, works. Right. We then have the brake reservoir pressure. So if it's between 0 and 5 atmospheres, it's going to turn on the pump. So that goes up. It goes to 1. It turns on the air brake pump. If the brake reservoir pressure is between 5 and max, it will then shut off the pump. No, we don't want that. This is wrong. Okay. I have to fix this. So, yep, this is not going to work the way I want it to. Yeah. 11.5. All right, so if this hits our maximum brake pressure of 11.5, which do I have that around here somewhere? All right, good. So I'm actually catching some of these problems. Where's the max brake pressure? Maybe I don't have any more. Reservoir max atmospheres right here. That should be this. Okay, that's fine. All right, so if we hit 11.5, it will then it will stop the pump. So this will pump if we go down to. So I'm glad I caught this. Let's just go to 7. Screw it. If it goes below 7, it will pump us back up to 11.5. Then shut the pump back off so we don't waste energy. It will then go and it will do the pump. That works. That's actually better now. We fixed that. All right, good. It's going to read the brake reservoir pressure out, and it's going to send that to the gauge in our dash. The trolley brake. I was going to put labels on stuff. Let's do that super fast. Jake brake. This is all Jake brake. Brake. Brake pressure control. All right, that's the brake pressure control section done. Air brake pump. Now, if you wanted to use an engine-driven pump, all you have to do is get rid of this and plug this value right here into there, and it will turn on your belt-driven pump. So you would change this to a number, and you would feed it directly in there, and that would give you a belt-driven pump. All right, that goes out to the gauge and the dash. This is the trolley brake right there. Good. All right, trolley brake is done. This here is the trailer park brake. Trailer park brake right here. All right, and so then we go down here and we go in all this nonsense. So essentially we're going to be taking the X, which is the brake value, minusing out the Jake brake, then adding in the trolley brake. All right, that will then go up here only when we release the park brake. That will then send that out on channel 15. It will tell our trailer how much brake pressure to, or how much brake pressure to apply. We'll do a quick calculation in that, and we'll fix it on the other end. I kind of want to do it here. No, we'll do the calculation. Let's do the calculation right here, but it's not a big deal. So this is going to read. So all we need here is we can actually fix this really quickly. All right, so I want to read this out as the pressure for the other system to monitor. So what we're going to do here is it's going to be X times max brake pressure. Do I have max brake pressure anywhere usable? Reservoir max atmosphere right here. Okay. So let's go like this. Grab the wrong one again. All right, let's go X times Z. All right, so that's going to be right here. So what we'll do is we'll take that and we will go... Actually, do I want to do that? Let's see. Trying to think. Trying to think. Do I read this out as max pressure? Let's leave it as this. This will just read out how much brake I want, and then we'll just convert it in the trailer. That's fine. That's good. That goes out there. All right, I think we're good. Let's update this. Let's frickin' save. All right, it didn't take me long. What, I screwed it up like 10 minutes ago at most. So, so we're good, man. It was frustrating. You can imagine. All right, let's quickly catch up here. It didn't autosave it. I grabbed the truck. The problem is once I grabbed the truck, it pulled it back. It was the truck. So as soon as I grabbed the road train truck and I went to open the saves again, I had the road train truck as my autosave. So what's that? Citrus min x plus 1 divided by 2. 1, what's that? How's it going there? Fenris Lord, how are you? Some T-test. I'm trying to finish up my air brake system and my tractor system. Yeah, so I lost an hour of conceptualization. It took me 10 minutes to fix it because I knew what I wanted. And I actually cleaned up some stuff, so that worked all right. This is the tractor trailer system. Yep. Yeah, so it ended up being a blessing in disguise. It only took me 10 minutes to go back to it, but again, yeah, like I freak out over some of this stuff myself, and I'm trying to like be better at that. Because like you saw, it really didn't do much that was bad. It took me a very quick amount of time to fix it. It was just frustrating, you know. And so it really wasn't a big deal, and you know, me starting to grouch about it wasn't really worth doing, you know. All right, service brakes, variable brakes. Let's plug those in. Variable brake. Variable brake. Variable, and then this is the one wheel that's upside down that I don't care about to fix. All right, good. Variable brakes are all plugged in. All right, good. We then have the blowout valve. The blowout valve is there. We then need the brake can pressure, which is there. We now need the brake valve, which is there. We have the air brake pump, which is there. We then need the engine RPS to dictate the jack brake. That is plugged in. Okay, good. This is going to be the light panel. This is where I was when I screwed up last time. 2 light cord brake panel. That's brake panel. All right, good. All right, so let's go ahead and grab we have this in here now. All right, let's cut that. And I'm just going to stick this in. I'll worry about coloring and everything else later. I'm just going to stick it right there, proud on the dash. All right, let's go out signal to, that's going to be the brake panel. And then we want to do light cord brake panel. This goes back. So if we don't have a light cord, which we don't, that plugs right back in. If we had a light cord for a trailer, that would go into the light cord. All right. So this is sending more information than you think. This sends all the seat information. This sends all the lighting information. And it sends all the brake panel information with this one cable. So that's helpful. Light panel. All right, so the lights are pretty much the same in here. So let's grab that. So here's the light panel. So these are all going to be part of TTIS. If you want to screw with the light stuff, you can. That's one of the reasons I changed up TTIS and why it took me a while to get started on even working on TTIS initially for the new stuff was it used to, like, I controlled your lights, like what you could have for lights, and I wanted to make it so people could just get rid of my lights and put in their lights if they wanted. And so this is lights right there. So the seat, you plug your seat. So like, for example, let's say you don't want you don't want my lights, you want to do your own lights, great. Take the seat, plug it in here. Connect seat to light panel, put it right in there, and you're good to go. All right. You just don't have the light information. But there's lights right there. Okay, then the light panel here goes up to there, and so it's going to read the seat through the light panel and then up. All right, and then the reason you do this is that then sends all the light information out to the trailer. So I'll do a full tutorial on it when I release it, but let's check that, make sure this is plumbed. All right, yep, this is where it goes. So it's sending the seat and all the light panel information through to the trailer, all in one node, so you don't have to have a bunch. All right, let's see. Anything else I need on this? I think we're plumbed up. All right, good. Let's get rid of this. Actually, you know what? I'm not ready yet. Let's grab that. So this has mud flaps under here. So I'm gonna put mud flaps in there. And I'll probably make them bigger, but this is gonna be a mud flap here. So I was actually gonna grab this at some point and stick it in there. So I'm gonna widen this probably, maybe. Yeah, I'll widen it by a half a block. But the mud flaps sit in front so that as you're backing up, you're not throwing mud through there. And I'm not going to make them subgrids. I don't want to have to deal with, like, I could make them actually flap by hooking them to a pivot, but generally I don't. The nice thing about these two is there's one collision here, so you can hit these on the ground and they don't do anything. So that's why I have these like they are. Kind of a cool feature because you don't have to worry about hitting them on the ground. And if I had symmetry on, that would be even easier, but I didn't. Let's see. All right, and then I can make those wider later, so. Yeah, so all this is it's an XML block, and then if you put a 0 as the thickness, it knocks it down to still a perceptible. That's how you can get flat panel on stuff like that. So there's my mud flaps. All right, I think I can get rid of you. So, I really wanted to get TTIS up and running to the point where it's done. So I think it was really helpful to do this. I've been putting it off for so long, and then every build I have to like jerry-rig to make work. And now I can just port in TTIS 2 because I'm trying to upgrade to the new system. All right. Of course. Something's got to go wrong. You devil. Let's go back. Mirrors. Let's grab these mirrors. That's just a convenience item. I do have mirrors on one of my vehicles that you can actually, it has tilt on them. You can tilt the mirrors. Thinking where this, put my ass in the seat. So your head's a little bit above the seat. It's right about right there. I'll probably end up putting cameras in here. Maybe not. Look at the height. Okay, that's where that has to go. Let's see, is it in a ridiculous position? Oh yeah, that's ridiculous. Okay. Right there, then. Right. Be difficult there, thing. Yeah, so it sucked that happened, but again, it's not the end of the world. I tend to freak out when shit like that happens, but again, it's not the end of the world. You just chill out and work. Took 10 minutes. It would have sucked more if I hadn't gotten through like some of the conceptualization where I was like figuring out what I wanted to do, because that would have been like I could have been in the middle of something, but I was pretty much there. That's useless to me over there. I'm gonna put it in anyway, probably, but yeah, that's damn useless. What see, I'm trying to say is, like, would they even put mirrors in these anymore, or are they just run internal camera mirrors? I'm gonna run internal camera mirrors because I think they look cool with the mirrors, but I think it's gonna be so friggin' useless. Especially the other side. Like, look how far that is. And then, or you could have a camera monitor right here that you can peer into. So I'm gonna do that instead. All right, let's get rid of this tractor. All right, so T-TIS is much, much better now. Part of this was getting, you know, slimming the system down. The system was, like, way too much crap. And then now, like, for example, I'm sending out brake information to the trailer. I need to have a second PID. I'm going to need to have a second PID anyway. Well, actually, I might be, yeah. I could send, yeah, try to decide. We'll see what I want to do with that. I'm not going to get into it now, I'll tell you that much. It's, but I got the tractor portion done. That should go really fast to do the trailer portion. All right, let's go see if any of this works. All right, let's go see if any of this works. That's plugged in. Let's go. All right, let's go test it out. Let's save. All right, so word of the day, save. All right. It sucks, man, to not do that. Now, I'm actually pretty damn afraid because the, see, like, we're back to regular saves. Look, this was the one that screwed me. It was 1636, or 1638 was the last save, and then that was 540. So that was an hour between saves. And then now we've got 18 minutes. That one's the same one. Autosave. That one is 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So definitely make sure you're checking your autosaves. Make sure you're saving. That was a quick click. I meant to click this and open that. I went to open and quickly opened it and lost the build. So I'll save it one more time. Then after I'm done streaming, I'm gonna back up all the files. Again, you know, Amanda had that issue. Just back them up. Let me quickly check all this stuff, all the chat rather. Oh shit, when did Monk send me this? All right. Let me quickly finish up the chat, guys. Sorry, guys, if I haven't been in the chat. Just, you know, sometimes, like, the logic, you know, some people, like, especially new people will get in there and they'll be like, you know, acknowledge me, acknowledge me, acknowledge me. And, like, if I'm into logic, I can't, like, yeah, I'll never get any logic done if I keep reading chat. So I got to take a break. When I get it to a natural stopping point, it's good to chat. Skibidi, how are you? Or, I'm sorry, the Running Man, how are you? That was... yes, the plan is multiplayer this week, and that's why I'm hammering this shit out. So that's why, like, the fishing boat hasn't been touched. That's why I'm doing these things, is I want to do multiplayer. I really had a good time. We played for 8 hours, and I enjoyed all of it. A little bit frustrating in the beginning, just getting stuff set up. That's why I'm working so much to get this stuff set up now, so that we can just start and do it. So that's why I'm hammering so hard on getting this stuff done, is so that we can play multiplayer. Do I have a tutorial on converting RPS to speed? Well, no, RPS can tell you speed. No, here, we'll do it right here. Take me 2 seconds. All right, let's convert RPS to, oh, what do you mean, like, increase the like, if you're talking about gearing, gearing tutorial, transmission tutorial, but let's say you want to do a speedometer. All right, so let's do speedometer. All right, so speedometer. All right, let's take the radius of this tire is, that would be about 4.5 blocks, we'll say. So 4.5 blocks because the hub, we split the hub down the center, so the radius is about 4.5 blocks. All right, so it's 1.25. So let's see, 4.5 blocks. So a meter and 12.5. All right, meter and 12.5. So we take a circumference calculator. Let's actually do it. It will take me a second, and we can figure out how close it is. So it was, what was it? It would be 1.125. So, let's see. Circumference is 7.06. So let's say, let's do it. 0.06 is useless. Let's do the 7. So 7 meters. So the circumference of our tire is 7 meters. Okay. So for every RPS sent to the tire, we get 1 rotation of the wheel, essentially. So what we want to do there is I'm going to pull a... If I have a regular pipe back here, I can run it. Here, let's do this. So I need to know, it needs to be post-transmission, essentially. All right, let's grab ourselves a blank micro. So this is how they'll do it in real life, actually, because if you ever notice when you spin your tires up in the snow, it will show you going 40 miles an hour because it's, it's based off of the wheel speed. All right, so this is the, let's see. All right, circumference speed, and this is going to be in meters per second, so we'll put it next to a linear speed, and we'll be able to read it. So go in here, and we want to do... So this is going to be number input RPS. That's going to be number output speed, meters per second. We'll see how close it is. So it's about 7. Like my math, again, I'm not out there measuring the tire down to the millimeter, so there is gonna be some variability in it. So X times 7. So let's get 2 dials here. Make them pinkies. Actually, just need 1, frankly. Take a linear speed. Okay. Grab this. And then we want to read that. So we want to read the value going to the tire because we need to know how fast the tire is moving. All right. So let's go test all the systems. We now have that speedo in there. So this is how you would do, if that's what you meant, to get the speed off of it. But gearing tutorial, transmission tutorial shows you how to get more speed out of a certain engine RPS. All right. All right. So let's go. The parking brake needs to be disconnected because I'm using the other parking brake now. Actually, I don't know if that's the issue. Let's go check this. Let's see if something's broken here. Let's see. Did I plug all that in? The panel in? Yeah, I did. Okay. Let's see what's up. Felt like a brake was on. We'll inspect the brakes too to see what's up. All right, so we're at max pressure. Let's see what the wheels are doing here. Why are we up? Why we have brakes on? Why do we have brakes on? The brakes on. We're up. It's at like 80% too. Oh, no, it's not. It's a low number, but why is it? Why do we have something there? .06 variable brake. 0.086 variable brake. Let's see what's up with that. Right, what? I gotta walk through it. See what's up. Right, service brakes right there. All right, so that should switch us over when I press 12. I don't think the Jake brake was on. So if that is less than end the 13, which is Jake brake, that's when that will add that number. Adding to y plus y. Okay. So I'm just trying to see what it is causing. It's a very small number. It's 0.086. So there's some value going in there. I got to see what's up here. All right, let's see. We're getting that value. So the PID goes in there to the valves. That goes to the valves. Okay, we're going here. Let's go like this. Let's go. Trying to think how to get rid of what's up here. This is how I had the system set up in the train too, and the train releases fine. Let's see, tractor park brake there. That's going to flip it over. Oh, I didn't put in a correction for the atmospheric pressure. Okay, got to do that. I don't want to put an atmospheric pressure in there, so let's see what we can do. I'll just take the atmospheric pressure of it right now. So that's the problem. Is what it's doing is it's because we're reading an atmospheric pressure. It is because we're reading some atmospheric pressure. It is putting the brakes on. Because when you open that valve, right, it acts as a barometer. So barometer is at 0.99 atmosphere. Okay. So that makes sense. Come on, stand up, you jackass. All right, so I'll show you what I mean here. So, like, let's go shut the brakes off. I did put this in the train microcontroller. It has a barometer in there. I'm not going to put a barometer in this one. We're just going to subtract a bunch of number for atmosphere. All right, so we should have no brakes now, right? So let's look at the system up here. So what's happening is this valve should be open. See, it's open to 7.5. And so what's this one? This one should be closed. Valve's closed, right? This should be at around 11 something. It is. This should be, notice the pressure, right? Because this valve is open, right, it's reading the atmospheric pressure of outside. So the atmospheric pressure right now is coming in here, and it is, it's reading 0.99. Well, that is then reading out a number to our brakes. So what we want to do is, realistically, what we'd want to do is subtract the atmospheric pressure. But then I have to put a barometer on there. So what we're going to do is we're going to do subtract 1. So this is going to subtract out the atmospheric pressure. So you have the brake system max. Actually, sorry, that's the wrong place for it. It should be A is X. So let's go like this. -1. All right, so you're going to take the brake system maximum pressure minus the atmospheric pressure. So it's going to be 11.5 minus 1. And then so it's going to be Z divided by that. So it's going to be the brake can pressure. So let's do it. Nope, never mind. Wrong spot here. It's Z. I hooked it up wrong. -1. All right, Z -1. So it's going to be brake can pressure is going to be 0 when I release, or is going to be 0.99 when I release the brakes, right? So the brake can pressure is reading 0.99 minus 1 is going to give me negative 0.01 brakes. So that's brakes off. So that's why we had a problem there. So that fixes that. Let's save. Because this is going to be my new example build for T-Test. So, yeah, you got to put in an atmospheric pressure correction. Because, again, you're reading, you know, IRL, that wouldn't really do anything. But, you know, we got to worry about it in game. It's more precise. All right, let's go read this now. So that, again, should be reading atmospheric pressure. There it is, atmospheric pressure. Should be subtracting 1, which will give us that negative brake value. If I can find the hub. There's a hub. Stand here all day. Variable, see, we got a negative variable brake pressure. Beautiful. So you got to subtract atmospheric pressure off. Beautiful, done. Okay, good. Now, IRL, of course, you know, you would go up to different altitudes. The likelihood this goes up to anything that it requires that. And then the atmospheric pressure is only ever going to go down. We're at sea level, right? So if, say we went up a mountain and the atmospheric pressure was, I don't know, 0.8, it would be 0.8 minus 1. So the brakes would come off even more. Okay. All right, let's go ahead here. I'm going to go around the corner here and we'll slam on the brakes. Let's get fast and we'll slam on the brakes. All right, first thing, let's do the Jake brake and we'll tune that in. All right, Jake brake's coming on. All right, my foot's off the brake, and see it's slowing us down. It's not slowing us down by a ton. That's the engine, just engine braking. All right, Jake brake is off. We roll a little bit more freely. Let's go. Let's hammer. And let's slam on the brakes. All right, good. We release the brakes. You can hear the pump go because we just vented air out. Beautiful. All right. So that's working really well. All right. Let's go and do this. Stupidity. Exactly what would happen in real life. You'd go through the windshield and you'd have a miserable day. Brakes come hard on. Let's go. All right, let's test out that speedometer I made. So let's just here. I'm gonna just set us to max throttle. We're in. I don't even know what gear we're in. So that's 8 meters per second. Let's read this. 8 meters per second. So 8.51, 8.42. So like this is actually. Let's do this real quick. All right. I don't have the RPS. Shit. If I had the actual RPS going out of the back in a gauge, I could tell you precisely how big the tire was, because we just do it backwards, right? I know my linear speed is 8.63. I would then, and I know my RPS, right? So I can then determine my diameter of my tire, I keep saying diameter, I mean circumference of my tire. Right, let me see. So yeah, so that's probably not what you meant, Mr. Beep. I don't know what you meant with that, but you could do that. Yeah, so like linear speed is the best way to just do speed. It's easy, it's cake, it's not a pain in the ass, but it is kind of neat to be able to do it by doing the diameter of the tire. So for example, like here, let's bring this back. This is working really well. All right, so this is like this. If you've ever been driving around in the snow, you would have seen this. I'm getting nervous without. I want to back my files up here at some point, because I did a lot of work on that bucket, and all it takes is one quick thing. It does look like it's doing frequent saves now, but that was a pain. That was scary, man. I always assume that it's not going to do it too, and then so I usually save pretty frequently. I actually do get in a bad habit of not saving frequently enough. All right, so this is just to show you the speedometer here. All right, so the linear speed is going to show us nothing, right? Because we're not moving. It's doing it essentially. It's like almost like a GPS, you know, or inertial nav type of system. But if we go ahead and we do with the RPS node, right? We're not moving, but it's giving us a speed, right? And it's giving us a speed because it's based off of the diameter, the circumference of the tires, and the RPS of the tires, right? Because for every one rotation, you're going that 7 meters that this tire is wrapped around, right? And so that makes sense, you know. You know, if you had a 5-meter circumference tire, right, it would be 5 times the RPS. So the bigger the tire, one of the reasons why you need to down gear is also for the fact that, you know, you put a huge tire on something, you don't have to turn it as fast to get a bigger speed, because and that's the whole thing with gearing. The wheel is your final gear. You know, like they tell you if you're going to buy a Jeep or some other off-road vehicle, they tell you to let them know what tires you're going to put on before you order it, because if you're going to put big tires on, you want to have the transmission set up for the bigger tire, You want the gear set that's correct for that. For example, you could put a big tire on, and now you have a Jeep that's no longer strong enough to go off-road because, you know, you need to down gear it, you know, or you'll have a Jeep that goes way too fast, you know, if you had a big enough motor. But, all right, let's save this one more time. All right, let's quickly go through chat. I think I'm going to finish up there. That was a little disastrous for a scary second again. So another public service announcement. We had one yesterday. Save frequently. Don't count on the game to do your backups. It's a great feature, but like any feature, it might not, you know, it might have a hiccup and not work. So just keep that in mind. You know, you save yourself a bunch of heartache doing that sort of stuff. Just back it up, man. You know, I need to do it more myself. I do not back up my saves enough. And you can see the result is, luckily, you know, it was all fresh in my mind and I was able to bang it out and even fix some problems we had, but it could have been really bad, you know. That could have been super frustrating. Yeah, I would like to do a wheels pedal shifter. I just don't like setting it up. That's the thing. Like, what I've always wanted for a wheel pedal system is, like, have it on a permanent system that I can slide on top of my desk, and then everything is connected and ready. You know, even put, like, a USB hub on there. That would be kind of cool to do. That's all right, Sergeant. We'll think of you. That sucks, Sergeant. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know, Jeep. Why have a Jeep when you could have yourself a vehicle that will run for more than 80,000 miles called a Suzuki Jimny? But in the United States, we don't get those. Actually, I completely disagree with that statement. Copy, paste your build to the workshop. Nope, nope, nope. I highly disagree with that, and the reason is this. You can do it now, but understand that that is abusing the system. All right, let's take a look at my vehicle. I'll show you the right way to do this. All right, and I'll tell you why I don't like. People keep saying, "Oh, I back everything up to the, I back everything up to Steam. I back everything up to Steam. I back everything up to Steam." So who's paying for that storage? Steam. When do you think Steam is eventually going to say enough is enough, and they're going to tell you no? Okay, I see what you're saying. You know, you got to be careful just relying on that, because this is how you do it. You go here, you go to vehicles, you copy it, right? Paste it. I'm going to open this tab in another window here. I want to make sure. Don't show all the structure of it where everything is. All right, so here's stormworks backups, right? This is my portable hard drive. I'm up to 162, so I just rename it 162. Oh, nope, cancel that. Where the hell's the, I didn't right click it, so that'll be why. All right, so this is how many times I've backed up. I'm up to 162. All right. And this gets done every couple days at the latest. I think I did it yesterday. Now, this is why I would, like, you know, Mr. Beef said that's not what he meant, but, like, look at the properties. My vehicle folder is 1.6 gigs, okay? Yesterday, 2,000 people logged in and played Stormworks. Okay, now imagine if everybody put every one of their vehicles in the workshop, you know, on Steam for storage. Okay, so 1.6 times 2,000. That's just say active players. That's 3,200 gigs. All right, Steam is paying for that. Steam has a server somewhere that is storing all your shit. It costs them money. All right. So someday they might be like, hey, we want something from this. This is how you get your data sold, because they need to make profit somehow, and this is an expense. And so one way a company makes more profit is they cut their expenses, and they say, hey, we're going to start charging for storage. And so you could really ruin the fun for a lot of people, because what's going to happen is The workshop is intended for me to say, hey guys, I made this cool build. Here it is. You guys can use it. You're supposed to then take that file and put it on your local computer. That's what you're supposed to do. You know, some people talk about cloud storage. Cloud storage is mostly talking about the save file. So like if you look at your save file is tiny. So like here's my latest save. Let's see the properties. Save file is 10 megabytes, okay? So 10 megabytes times 2,000 people active yesterday. That's 20,000 megabytes. That's nothing, all right? You know, I could store everybody's save files on my PC. You know, probably. What's that, 2 terabytes? Yeah. No, it's 2 gigs. What is it? I can't. That's got to be 2 terabytes, I think. So it's like 2 terabytes there to have everybody's save file that played yesterday. That's doable. That's something that Steam, it's nothing, right? You start putting all your files on there. People do this and they think they're being smart, and it's like all you're doing is you're abusing the system, where eventually they're going to charge you for it. And they're going to be like, oh, you want to put stuff in the workshop on Steam? It's going to cost you $3 a month. And then what they're going to do is go after the devs and they're going to say, hey, devs, you got to pay us $3 a month for this. And then people are going to cry when they come out with DLCs, because somebody's got to pay for that. You know, businesses do not like to give you things for free. If they give you something for free, it's because they're stealing your data or getting some product out of you. You know, and so you got to be careful with that. What just happened? Okay. Let me just quickly catch up. Yeah, I don't want to click the thing till after I get off the stream. Let me click it. Yeah, it's from Citrus. Let's see what Citrus has here. Let's see, Citrus. What that could highlight it for? Let me look. What is this, Citrus? I got messages here. Did you at me or something? What's the story here? Why am I getting all these? Somehow I subscribed to this and I'm getting all these. This is all from the weekly update. I'm getting all this stuff. Let's catch up see if there's more grouchy goo in the comments. Why did it pop that up? It's weird. It's got me subscribed to all this shit. I don't know why that's going on. Like this attitude I don't get either. 3 years ago would have been great. I think that, you know, they're already talking about the fishing. It's like, dude, you know what would be great if I had a spaceship in my backyard now? Oh my God, why is there not a spaceship in my backyard right now? Oh my God, why not? Why not? Things take time to make. You know, I bet the people riding around on horses would have been like, it would have been nice to get cars yesterday. It's not how it works, man. You gotta do it. You know, if this guy wants to go and build the game, go build the game, man. You know, and then after you work for 5 years, I'll say, hey, man, why didn't you get that done earlier? And you can explain to me that, yeah, it took me this many months to do this. It took me this many months to do this. It took me this many months to do this. And that added up to why it took so long. You know, Jesus Christ, people are, I won't say that, but. What is this? What is this one's issue? One more fishing major update. Are you, you mean a fishing minor update? Dude. Like, oh my God, how do people think this is not like a lot of work? Like, a lot of this is behind the scenes stuff. Like, the first one looked minor because you literally have to put in all the fish behavior. Now they're changing a bunch of fish behavior. They're changing that fish will spawn in different areas. They're adding, they did a whole thing where they went through and added cloth physics. You know, they had to add all the cloth physics. The other thing that people might not consider, too, is maybe all of this fishing was intended for the first part. And guess what? The nets were a pain in the ass to make. And so the devs wanted to do rod fishing and nets as the first major update. And they couldn't because guess what? The nets weren't worked. And they just got bitched at for releasing something that wasn't, you know, error-free. And so what they said is, you know what? We know the rods are done. We'll put the rods in the game. And then the next major update will put the nets in because the community asked us to release fewer buggy updates. And then you get somebody like this who cries and whines that, oh my God, you're actually testing everything and you're making sure it works and you're making sure they're more minor, like a lot of people asked for. Dude, after the space DLC and pressure update, people were asking, guys, can you make smaller updates so fewer things break? And the devs make smaller updates so fewer things break, and then you get somebody like this who bitches the opposite argument. It's like, dude, what the Christ, man? One more fishing update with due respect. What else is there to fishing? Okay, we'll reply to this. Fishing pots. Trolling. Rod holders. Long lines. Long lines. Crabbing. Etc. Google. Commercial fishing. Again, that's why I put the passive-aggressive Google commercial fishing on there. It's like, go Google commercial fishing and see all the different types that pop up. You know? Like, why are people bitching that you're getting more things for free? I don't get that. They're looking at gift horse in the mouth. Like, the devs could have said, screw it, game's done. You know, we'll give you an update every 5 months. Hey, guys, glad you're still enjoying the game. See ya. You know, most devs do that. They don't give you a weekly announcement, and every other week they give you an update. Whether it's big or small, they give you one every other week, and then every 3 months they give you a major update, and then, you know. Let me see. Lol, yes. There's the Phil. Oh my God, dude. I hope this guy is just being a smartass. Here is Phil saying what they are, and literally the next comment. Like, I would say that this guy's just being a smartass, but it's like literally people will do this. Like 2 posts down from Phil's comment, they will be like, what's the name of the ship there? Where can you put a link up? Oh my God, this guy, did he get booted? I didn't see that comment. Oh, this one's funny. He responded to mine. He goes, you know, so I said 2,000 people played in the last 24 hours, so nobody would be incorrect. And then he goes, there are 7 billion people in the world, so then he did the percentage, and it's like, so basically nobody. Okay, so you did hyperbole, and I called you out on it. So next time, say, you know, 1 in 3.5 million. I can't read it. Yeah, I can't see that close. 350,000 people played it. Yeah. He's just trolling. He needs to get reported for trolling, frankly, and get booted out of here. Exactly. I'm glad this guy called him out on it, too. He's like, you know, this guy thinks that there should be a DLC. I agree. I would love it if there was another DLC so the devs could get enough money to keep the game going. Because I'm willing to spend $10. Like, people being annoying in Discord the other day, they're like, you pay $10 for a coffee? Like, dude, I don't pay $10 for a coffee, but if you've ever gone to Starbucks and you see the person who gets, I want a coffee with, you know, they call it a coffee, but they want a coffee with 3 espresso shots, and they want whipped cream, and they want mocha, and they want all this other stuff. It's going to be $10, you know. And the game goes on, and the DLC goes on for sale for $5.99 sometimes, you know. It's like, ugh. Yep, they do. I don't know why I'm getting alerted to every one of these. I didn't turn that on that I know of. That would be an interesting. This is a good idea from Connor. He goes, have it to where if there's an oil spill, the chance to catch good fish or even fish at all is slim to none. That would be kind of neat if you had an oil spill that it gets rid of the fish. That'd be kind of cool. Real sick of the updates that add nothing to valuable. Meow, meow, meow. How about instead of more fishing nobody asked for, just fix the game? My God, people are thick. Petition to fix the game. Do it to the next update after commercial fishing. Like, okay, that is a throwaway sentence. Fix the game. Did you guys watch me play for the last 6 hours? Did you guys watch me play the other day? You know, yesterday and the day before, and the day before, the day before. And then did you see 6 of us play on Saturday for 8 hours? And we had no problems? Like, the only problems we had was either problems that I created by not finishing my builds, or people kept running off cliffs. Those are the only problems we had, and the rest were caused by us. Like, see, here's this guy trolling, and he goes, maybe I would play if they actually fix the game, but that's not how you spell that word. But I doth it. Again, you're just trolling, dude. You know, he doesn't even play the game, and he's hanging out. Why would you go hang out and just shit in a chat? Because he's just doing verbal diarrhea on a chat if you don't even play the game. Like, I don't go to games that I don't play and just like, because it's why? Why are you doing it? Trying to see what this guy's saying about the fish finder. He's just doing a feature request in here instead of doing a feature request where he's supposed to. All right, let's look at this one. Finish what you start. Can't spawn anything detailed on multiplayer without tanking TPS. I assume you mean FPS. So go back and maybe edit that. Can't spawn horde audio effects. Okay, so you want to spawn horde audio effects? So I don't know. Sentence structure, reading comprehension, perhaps. Okay, so did we play multiplayer for 8 hours? Did we have any issues? Are any of my builds optimized? Are any of my builds not have I don't know what, at least 8 subgrids per? We had no issue. They're all on my PC. Get a better PC. Make it so we can catch sharks. You already can. I don't know about that. All right. So it was good to go back in there. I don't want to ruin Alistair's video later. All right, so I did my backup. Let's save this one more time. So Titus is in good shape. Let's see what I want to do tomorrow. Maybe, well, tomorrow I have an appointment. I got to go out of town, so I'm going to be gone for most of the day. So we'll see. Yeah, so we'll see what my schedule looks like tomorrow. Let me look real quick here while I'm here. Where is it? Yeah, yeah, it's midday, so I'm gonna be gone all day tomorrow. So if I do stream, it'll be late. Maybe not stream. Friday, Saturday. Let's plan on multiplayer for Saturday. So I might just tinker on some builds, get them going, and then I don't know what I'll do Friday. But let's plan on Saturday for multiplayer. That'll be kind of good. I'm doing something, I think, either Saturday or Sunday, but it won't take long. We'll see what day I'm doing my thing. I'm going to lunch, so that's going to take up a bunch of the day. So I'll see what that is. So we plan on multiplayer play Saturday or Sunday is kind of the plan. Yeah, let me catch up with chat here, and then I think we'll call it. I'm going to go eat. Yeah, there's plenty of good fodder in the weekly discussion chat there. Yeah, I subbed to spam. I don't know how that happened. I didn't click on anything that I know of. I likely clicked on it, but I didn't mean to. Yeah, this update will obviously be a DLC. I love that one. That was great. It's like... See, this is the thing, though. They don't come back when they're wrong and be like, oh, remember a couple weeks ago when I said this was obviously a DLC? I was wrong. I don't know where I got that crazy idea. They never do that, you know? There's nothing wrong with cassettes. You just couldn't leave them on your dash or they'd melt. So, yeah, public service announcement of the day is definitely save. Back up your files. But I'm glad T-TIS got done. That's one of those things that's been... I've been wanting to get it done. I want to get T-BIS finished. Yeah, it's mostly people for some reason they like to do that. You know, they're boring, miserable people, and that's what they're gonna do. You know, and it's best not to feed the trolls, but it's also like, again, you know, the only reason I still do it is you gotta rebuff some of the stuff at times, because again, it becomes like, imagine you're a new player and you go on Reddit and you think, oh, the game's in a bad state, and it's unplayable, and you listen to some of these jackasses who are just loud. And I played for 6 hours today. You know, any problem I had with the builds was a problem that I caused. You know, you could say that the game didn't autosave when it should have, but again, yes, that the game should have autosaved more frequently than it did. You can tell something was up and it didn't do it, but also it could have been me. I don't know what causes the autosaves to go. Maybe the autosave is when you launch the vehicle or when you change state, but I changed state and it didn't do it, so I don't even know what triggers the autosave. But I had been on that for about an hour working on that controller, and I should have just pressed the save button periodically, Yeah, dumb nut. That was good. Yeah, mocha latte. Dude, there are regular coffees. I actually was going to answer that comment, but I was going to bed. Let's see this place that I like. Oh, look at this. Like, I don't go to this place often, but I like this place in town. And they have really good coffee, and it's like, you have somebody makes it. They, you can get like a cappuccino, and they have to make it, and it costs some money. Let's see. It's not $10, but literally there are places, like you go to New York City. There's plenty of places where it costs you $10 to get a coffee in New York City. There's plenty of places. Go to the airport, for Christ's sake, and get yourself a coffee. It's gonna cost you $10. So like I'm looking at this place I like some of these they're like $6. But like you can go to Starbucks and you can get the biggest drink there is with sugar and bullshit and everything else, and it's gonna cost you $10. Go to a place that has sales tax. I don't have sales tax here. So add 7% on there for sales tax. Just that alone, you're up there. But it's like, again, it's people, missing the forest for the trees. It's the point of the conversation that these people are missing is that the DLC is very little money comparatively to how much work it takes to make and how much entertainment you can get out of it as a player. That was the whole point of it. And people they're catching on to like, oh, coffee costs $10. It's like, dude, right over your head, or you're just being a jerk and trying to troll. Like the coffees I go get every 5 seconds here come out of my pot and cost nothing. The whole bag of coffee cost me $9, and it lasts me many pots. We're not talking about that. We're talking about this is a form of entertainment, gaming. Damn, I can sneeze. This is a form of entertainment, and it's damn cheap. I can't go to, can I go to lunch for $10? Sure, I can go get the cheapest piece of shit at McDonald's for less than $10. Can I make food at home for less than $10? Oh yeah. Can I go out to a reasonably nice restaurant and get lunch for less than $10? No. All right, and so that is what it's, So you could go out to lunch once, or you could cook lunch at home, and then you could buy your DLC instead of whining about it for the next 3 years, like some of these people do. Yep, Saturday would be good. I gotta check on my lunch. Let me look right now, because I'll forget, and then I don't want to change it last minute if people are expecting it or hoping for it. Let me see if where the hell's that chat? Did I close it down? I don't know. I'll look at my thing and see. We didn't get an invite for it, so. Yeah, like Sergeant was able to play, was playing fine. Like a lot of these things, again, it's PC, it's internet. Those are not the game's fault. It's on us. And you have a bad PC, you're gonna have a bad time. You have bad internet, you're gonna have a bad time. But that doesn't mean it's the game's fault, Yeah. Desync's internet. It could be internet coming from me, it could be internet coming from your side, Yeah, I think it's a lot of spoiled kids, and they think it's fun to go be jerks, and it's just tiresome. And frankly, my whole policy is boot them. Like, you know, there's no reason to keep them there. You know, they have no desire to have any sort of honest conversation. They're just there to cause problems, and you know, people act all like whiny when the devs, you know, usually it's AutoMod too that kicks somebody, but it's like, again, a business has no obligation to let you rant in their lobby. If you want to go rant out on the public sidewalk, you can do it, but you don't get to stand in their lobby and yell, "The food here sucks." They tell you to leave, and if you don't leave, they call the cops, and the cops tell you to leave, or make you leave, and there's no obligation for them to let you sit in their lobby and rant about their services. And some people think they have some, you know, innate right to do that. You don't. You know, you can go out on the public sidewalk and rant all you want, but you can't do it in the lobby. And that's when they kick you from the Discords, because you were ranting in their lobby. You were trespassing in their business, and they told you to leave. You're no longer welcome here. Leave. You're not going to buy our products. You're just bitching about our products. Leave. Same thing with, like, you know, if somebody gets booted from a Discord, it's my living room. If I don't want you there, I boot you, you know? All right, guys, so I think we're good there. So that was good. I'm glad I got some good progress on T-TIS. T-TIS, I just need to work on the trailer, and then I think we're good for T-TIS. I finally, like, I was hemming and hawing whether or not I wanted to do the full air brakes, and I do. And so they're in there. It's pretty simple. The microcontroller is still small. That was something I was worried about. Then eventually Citrus can see what connections he needs. But all right, guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you later. Adios.